boy, welcome everybody. We are live and kicking off here. I think the athletes are just getting themselves sorted. Welcome to Battle at the Bridge Northeast Regionals. Looks like a little bit different compared to past years. We got a new coat of paint. We got a new venue. We got some new graphics. We got a whole bunch more equipment. We've got 100 athletes that are ready to get started for this regional competition. This is not only your local show, this is your regional show. This is an Arnold qualifier, the Arnold Strongman Finals, Columbus, Ohio 2026. The winners of our open classes are going to punch their ticket here today. Beautiful ice arena here at Bradys Run, Beaver, Pennsylvania. A little bit off the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania, in the green, verdant mountains, the twisting hills, western Pennsylvania. We're about to get started here in a little bit. We've got our final athlete warm-ups going on. We've got our sea of highlighter yellow volunteer crew from around the area getting things set up for our athletes. We're going to have some fun today. This is going to be a long day. We've got two competitions for you. Not only do we have Battle at the Bridge, our Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation. Stick around a little bit later because we've got America's Strongest Man and Woman coming after that. Stay tuned for that. We'll give you some sneak peeks as we go along here. Just to give a couple shout outs before we get started here. My name's Sean Fuller. Thanks for joining us. Fuller Sturker, your 2023 140 kilo national champion, we'll call it that. Been around a little bit at this point. Had the pleasure of commentating a couple Battle of the Bridges, a couple Fuller Expresses here with 580 Barbell and Dante Petrello Productions. Let's go! I don't know if you can hear the announcers in the arena here, but the hype is starting to pump up a little bit. A couple more minutes. We've got leaf blowers blowing off chalk on the scene here. We've got a couple different views that we're going to cut to across the morning. Absolutely beautiful space for a strongman show. Perfectly sized for the amount of competitors that we have here. The excitement's palpable. We've got the nerves on the athletes.
If you want us to stand by the judges so you can see the banner, I'm judging the fight.
Just another shout out too before we're getting started. We'll call it out a couple times during the day. Iron Podium is going to be your scorekeeping for today. We're going to get the scores for each event as soon as we possibly can. What's going to happen is our referees are going to take a peek at the scores after the athletes have scored, after their events have concluded. Our referees are going to have scorekeepers run their sheets over to the scorers table. We will get Iron Podium updated. We'll have the link in the chat for you guys, the link in the YouTube chat. That's going to be your best source of truth for all the scores here. So if you're following along at home, go to ironpodium.com or follow the link in the YouTube chat. Search for Battle at the Bridge 4. Should be one of the first ones to come up. And the only one that matters today. Once again, thanks for joining us. Just starting to tune in. I think we officially are going live at 10 a.m. That's when the competition should be starting. So as soon as the floor looks clear, we'll give another intro. We'll get our athletes on the floor. And we'll start talking about what event is coming up first. It's one of my personal favorites. I think we're about to get started. All right. If you're just joining us, I think we are at the top of the hour. If you're just joining us, welcome to Battle at the Bridge 4, your Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation. A little bit different venue this year. A little bit bigger. A little bit more production value. A couple more weights, a couple more athletes. We're in Bradys Run Arena. It is an ice rink. You can't tell by the stream. We are on the quote-unquote ice. What a lot of us didn't know before we got here. All the markings on the floor for an ice rink are just there permanent. You just put water out on the floor, freeze it for use. In the summer, not a whole lot of hockey going on. Great opportunity to use this space for these athletes. A lot more warm-up room, a lot more area to walk around. Camera angles. I think that is pretty exciting. what that looks like across these attempts, because we've got about 100 competitors that we're going to see attempt this today. And folks, just so you know, we will try our best to call out the athletes participating. We've got 4 cameras, 4 lanes going right now. So if we recognize them, if we can find the names out, we will call them ahead of time. Bear with us.
Good start, let's go!
Our first good attempt of the day, and we are off to the races. So, this is the Axle Queen and Press for Max. Our athletes are going to have 3 attempts total to take this bar. As you can see in our first couple of lanes here, they're taking this bar from the ground, putting it overhead. Sounds simple, right? Not so much. If you are new to strength sports, if you are powerlifting, Olympic lifting, strongman's a little bit different. So first off, there's not a ton of rules. Get it from the ground to overhead, lock it out. There are a lot of different ways that we'll get into how you can go about doing that. You'll see a lot of different methods we'll talk about today. If you are familiar with strength sports in some way, or powerlifting, or Olympic lifting, the reason this is a little bit different, this is an axle bar. So a typical barbell, if you see one at the gym, has bearings in it that make the collar spin. So if you're watching Olympic lifting on TV, or you see that as part of CrossFit, for example, you've got a lot of spin on the wheels, which makes it a little bit easier to get it up and overhead. The weight's just not as fixed, so it doesn't fight you as much. You can kind of play with it. What makes an axle different is it is a fixed, stiff, thicker bar. So not only is it going to test your grip a little bit, the weights will move with the bar. And what I mean by that is when we talk about the normal barbell, you've got some spin on the bar, the weights move with it. It's just, it feels like a set weight. So it's going to fight you all the way. It doesn't want to go. So you've got a thicker axle bar. Got a bit of a higher pick too. If you see the bottom right stroke, the top right, our athletes are pulling off a wagon wheel plate. So not only is it a thicker bar, they're pulling from a little bit of a heightened position, which depending on the athlete, they might enjoy. I personally like it a little bit higher because it's just not as far to travel. But some people like it off the floor on a standard size plate because they can generate a little bit more momentum off the floor. Get some speed and velocity coming off the floor. It helps you build momentum for the rest of the
Let's keep that momentum going.
So we're seeing our first couple attempts here. Let's get into a little bit more about what this setup is like. So I talked about our athletes have 3 attempts to push the max weight that they can over their head. Let's get into a little bit about what that means. So you have 3 attempts. Your athlete has 3 attempts. If you miss an attempt, you're out, no matter how many you have left. You have 30 seconds to complete that. So if you're fighting with it for about 30, 35 seconds, you might run into that time. Starting to see a lot of different techniques to go overhead. But a little bit more about the rules. Our women classes are jumping in 10-pound increments. You can kind of see on the far, in the bottom right screen, it looks like, if we have all 4 boxes up. Our athlete's attempting 115 right now, so she can jump in 10-pound increments after that. Got a successful lift for her. So let's get into what all this looks like. We talked about the women classes having 10-pound increments. The men have 20-pound jumps. So if they open up at 228, for instance, you'll see on the top right here, they can only move up to 248, 268, etc. And most classes, I believe, are using the beautiful Mike Bartow's Power Center axle. It's a little heavier than your standard axle. I want to say it's 60 to 65, 68 pounds. It is a thick, just solid piece of metal that all of these weights are affixed to. Our lighter classes are using the standard axle belt. successful attempt, a little bit of lockout. Perfect. I won't try to overload you all at once with all this info, so we'll go as we go. Once again, if you're just joining us, we've been live for a couple minutes now, but we've got all day to show off these athletes. We've got all day to talk about these fantastic feats of strength that are going to be going on. Couple more successful lifts. So it's early goings here in the axle fleet.
125 loaded.
These should be folks' first or second attempts on the press. Now if you're coming from powerlifting, if you're coming from Olympic lifting, this is going to be a little bit familiar in terms of how you take your attempts, how you structure your openers, your first event selection. The first weight that you want to be lifted, typically, depends on who you're talking about, is one that you can comfortably hit, you can comfortably put points on the board. You feel pretty secure in hitting that, no matter what shape you're in, no matter how you're feeling. You get that first attempt on the board, you get your points on the board, you get your starting weight secure. Now you find a lot of athletes, their second attempt is going to be a little bit closer to their gym PR or their maximum, depending on the strategy that they're choosing to implement. That second attempt is usually going to be at or around one of the heavier places that they're going, depending on the strategy. Then your third attempt, typically, that's where you kind of go for broke. That's where you go for a within reason, personal best attempt. Or if you're fighting for points on the leaderboard, and we'll get into what that sounds like, that's where you can kind of play the game a little bit. We'll get into the strategy a little too. So just to call out some attempts here. An easy press coming out of Lane 4 looks to have 288. We're already getting to some crazy numbers. 288 pounds, a little bit of a split cut. Looking good all down the line so far. Folks, if you are anywhere around the Beaver area, Pittsburgh, Brady Run, anywhere in Beaver, this is a fantastic thing. There's plenty of seats. What's in here?
188, get under it! Easy press.
Successful 188. Successful 288. Just to start to put in context these numbers, the athlete pressing 288 pounds weighed in at 265 pounds. So most of these people, I don't want to gloss over this, most of these people are already lifting well above their body weight from the ground, pressing it out over their head. Just ridiculous feats of strength already being shown off at regionals. And we're in first attempts, second attempts. Let's see down at lane 4 what we've got on the bar. We've got 288 as well. Gets it to the, oh, and an easy press out. My goodness. So let's start to talk a little bit about the strategy portion of this too, because this isn't just see how heavy you can go. You're trying to beat the other athletes. That's kind of the point of our strongman competition. We want to see the best version of you, but there's some pretty cool stuff at stake here. So let's talk about what that looks like. Obviously, to reiterate, this is your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regional Competition, Battle of the Bridge 4. So what that means for our open classes, depending on how many folks are in your class, there is a Arnold bid up for grabs. Your first place in the open competitions, the open classes. We're going to punch their ticket to next year's Arnold Sports Festival, the Strongman Finals in Columbus, Ohio. Now, depending on how many folks are in each class, across all open athletes, first, second, third place, your entire program, they're punching a ticket for Nationals, Strongman Corp Nationals.
Good hair, better lift. Let's see it again.
If you've got 9 or more competitors in the class, fourth place is going to get you there too. If you've got 12 or more competitors in each class, fifth place will get you there too. If you've got a big class, there's a lot of opportunity.
Another 288 checks here, lane 4.
lot of different techniques to get it from the ground overhead. So let's start talking about some of these. Well, we're still getting through their first couple attempts. As we talked about, this is a max axle clean and press. So you're taking the bar from the floor, generally up to the front rack position, up on your chest here, and then you're pressing it overhead. A couple ways of doing that. A lot of folks you're going to see are using a belt clean technique. A belt clean is when you're taking the bar from the ground onto the supportive lifting belt that you've got around your waist. You can rest it there. It depends on who you're talking to. Depends on the competition that you're at. But you can rest that bar in the belt to get repositioned, get a little bit more momentum for the next portion of it. So you're cleaning it from the ground to your belt.
248, go, lane 3.
And then you're going to take it from the belt into the front rack position, which is just above your pecs. It's around that neck area, that front rack, around your clavicle. Your typical starting position for any overhead press. Another successful attempt out of the first lane here. Once you get it to the rack position, you've got a lot of different options on how to best press it overhead. So first and foremost, if you're in the gym, if you've been around this kind of competition before, if you've been around really any strength sports, a strict press or a military press is some style that some folks will implement. That involves no momentum, just sheer force, pushing it from that rack position straight up. As you can kind of imagine, that's a little fatiguing, that's a little tough on the shoulders. You're relying on some pretty small, comparatively, muscles to make that gigantic weight that we're already seeing from these athletes.
148, loaded, lane 1. 145.
That's why, and we'll call it out once we see it here, that's why some people, most people in strongman aren't just going to strict press it out. Just that static strength to get to these levels, you start to run into some walls.
There we go. Easy money.
So let's look at lane 3 and 4, for instance. Beautiful. So our athlete in lane 3 with the sunglasses that we just saw. What we just saw out of our athlete there. We'll get a couple good angles too. Let's see in lane 2. Gets it up to the rack position. He's gonna bend his knees. gonna give it a little bit of go. How do we sound? Is that picking up background or is that better? Still a little, keep talking. How do we sound? Just gonna keep talking. Are we live for this or people are hearing my... That's okay. Hey folks, we're just troubleshooting the audio just a little bit. We're in an arena setting. We have live commentators in the show here. So we're just trying to make sure we get the best audio experience for everybody here. I'm gonna keep talking a little bit just so our producers behind the scenes can troubleshoot, can make sure we've got the best levels for you. Want to make sure the background music isn't blaring into your guys' ears. Let's see how we can kind of correct here. Immediately better. We're hearing from the chat. Immediately better. Awesome. Thank you guys for the feedback. We want to make sure this is a great experience. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
Come on, let's finish it.
All right. Picking up where we left off. Sounds much better. Sounds much better. Dante is a miracle worker. I completely agree.
145 pounds lifted.
Oh, God. Awesome.
Come on, you got this.
We are back in business.
There we go. Come on. Finish it now.
All right, starting to see some great attempts here on the axle. We're starting to get into second and third attempts. I just want to call out, first and foremost, the volunteers that we've got here. Everybody in our highlighter yellow, highlighter green shirts. Volunteers that have showed up just to make this happen. They're taking their Saturdays out to make sure we have a great athlete experience, make sure this show is run well. So I want to call them out just as many times as possible. This is a tough job on our volunteers. Having worked a couple of shows myself as an athlete, as a volunteer, now doing commentating, sometimes the volunteer work is harder on the body. So appreciate those guys being on their hands and knees, loading weights, running scores, keeping track of times. Just an extremely helpful bunch. So we're starting to see some strain on the faces of these athletes here. This is fantastic. So let's get back into pressing styles a little bit. Talked about the strict press. We talked about the military press. That's just a very static, shoulder heavy, tricep heavy, upper chest heavy press out. You're not going to see a ton of people employing that technique. So let's watch our first lane here. Our athlete has the weight up to her chest, and she's employing a split jerk technique. So it's just a little bit low. We'll talk about the split jerk next, and then what becomes the middle portion. Let's see if we can get a good lockout here. Looks like not happening today. That's all right. So, got our strict press. You saw what there, it looks like they're jumping and basically throwing it in the air. That's pretty much what it is. So the split jerk is a technique where you're taking the barbell from that rack position and you are dipping, like you're seeing a lot of athletes do. You're bending your knees and loading your quads, your legs up to get a little bit of momentum, but also activate the quads so you can use those giant muscles compared to your shoulders to transfer that energy upwards through the press. So we see a successful split jerk in lane one here. So split jerk you're going to find with a lot more dynamic athletes because it is basically a throw and a catch. So you're going to take that dip. We might see it from our first lane here. You're going to dip in your knees, you're going to load the quads up, and then you're going to jump, essentially, while also pushing the bar up at the same time. People are going to describe it a lot of different ways, so I won't get too detailed with it. But you have it in the front rack. You're bending at the knees. You're throwing the weight up. You're also pushing yourself further under the bar. That's why some of these heavier weights, we're seeing our lighter athletes move already some incredible weights here. And how they're accomplishing that is they're pushing themselves under the bar while also pushing it up. And I know that sounds crazy. But physically, that's what they're trying to do, is get lower into the catch so they have to push it less distance.
Again, come on, let's make it happen this time.
So that's what you'll see with the split jerk. The split jerk If you break it down, the split is when their legs split, basically. Not to not to make it sound too simple, because it's one of the most technical things you can do in this sport. But the split jerk is when your feet, as you're jumping, extend out, one forward, one back, to make the catch position, where you're finding yourselves after the jump, a lot lower. In essence, you're just trying to make the bar have to move less distance. So a lot of athletes who have the mobility for it, the flexibility, and that explosive power will opt to do a split jerk. Only have to move the bar a couple of inches in some instances. Just getting a little bit of So we're going to see a good example of a split jerk here in the first lane. I think that'll show up on the bottom right of your screen. It's got our athlete attempting, I think, 165 pounds off these wagon wheels. So we've got it clean to the rack position. Oh, and a great split jerk. Fantastic. This is our women's lightweight category, I believe, so 64 kilograms. A little around 130 pounds. So just to put that into perspective, this athlete weighed in around 130 pounds, and she just blasted 165 overhead. And we're in second attempts, 24 minutes into this show. Already seeing some great results. Let's see how far down. We're already at 300 pounds. Top left-hand side of your screen, our lane 4 here in the show. 300 pounds. We officially have wagon wheels on all of the bars now. So when I say wagon wheels, these are weight plates that are a little bit larger, a lot bit larger in circumference. And what that means for the athletes is the pick height is a little bit higher. So typically you're used to 8-9 inches off the floor is where the bar will be. This will put it about 12-13 inches, depending on a couple different factors. So you're starting your lift just a little bit higher off the ground, which, depending on the athlete, they'll either much prefer. I personally prefer it a little bit higher. I have better leverages to take advantage of that higher pick, where some athletes want it directly from the floor, as low as they can get. They want to build momentum off the ground into that clean position and use that transfer of energy to press it out when they get there. So let's look at a couple more attempts here. We've talked about the split jerk, which is your two legs kind of flopping back and forth. When you see it executed well, it is just a work of art. But there's another kind of jerk that's just called the push jerk. And I'll kind of take that one step back in technicality. It's still a highly technical lift, but you don't have to nail the balance like a ballerina, basically. A push jerk is when you dip to start your lift. You have it in the chest position. You dip down. And when you throw it up, you dip yourself back a second time. They'll call it a double dip. So that push jerk is when you've dipped, you throw it up, and you catch it lower. A lot of athletes that might not have the flexibility or mobility to perform a full split jerk will opt for the push jerk, because they still are minimizing the amount of bar travel, or the amount of distance the bar or the implement has to travel. It's kind of a nice in-between a couple of the options here. So we talked about the split jerk, we've got the push jerk. We'll keep an eye out for some successful ones here. I think we've got, let's see, 268 in our top right-hand screen in lane 3. Oh! What a fight, a successful press out for that too. So that is a great example. That'll bring us to another pressing style that's a push press. So the split jerk, we split our feet, throw and catch, push jerk. Your feet stay mostly in the same position. You're throwing and catching it, you're just dipping under it the second time. A push press, now push press isn't, again, all of these are extremely technical. Not quite so technical as a push jerk or a split jerk. But what a push press is, and we just saw from that one athlete, you dip for the initial press to load the legs up like springs, and then you explode out. You just get it all overhead. So instead of dipping and catching, you are extending yourself as high as possible. We'll call it out. We're seeing it in lane 3, a successful push press. You'll typically see this with our athletes that are extremely statically strong. They're implementing some dynamism in it. Fantastic from our athletes already. And if they just haven't committed to learning a split jerk or a push jerk, which are highly technical lifts and do take a decent time to master here, you'll see some push presses. I myself like a push press, working on the split jerk. We'll get there. That's something, if you are an Olympic lifting fan, if you know CrossFit, a well-executed jerk could take years to master and years to really implement well on a competition floor. So a lot of athletes, myself included, will kind of commit to a push press just as their top end lift until they start getting a little bit more clean with that execution of the split jerk. Let's turn our attention to lane number 1 here, where we've got 175 pounds on the bar in our women's class. We see a little bit of a split jerk and an easy press from our athlete in lane 1. Making it look somewhat pedestrian, to the dismay of the rest of the class. If you're just joining us, guys, we're about half an hour into Battle of the Bridge 4, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regional Competition. If you're just tuning in, looking a little different this year, huh? We are in Bradys Run Arena. This is an ice hockey rink that was more than welcoming. More than happy to host this show here. Plenty of room for your athletes, plenty of room for the judges, for a crowd. If you're in the Beaver, Pennsylvania area, a little bit outside of Pittsburgh, a little bit outside the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania, make your way down here. We've got food vendors, we've got a coffee truck, we've got all kinds of good stuff. Plenty of show to go. And after your regional competition here, which is just zipping along, we have America's strongest men and women. Not to bury the lead, but we'll keep teasing that as we go. After this show, you heard that right, there's a second competition after this one.
Come on, get behind him here. You had it, come on, let's finish it this time. Good attack. Easy 288, lane 3. He's still warming up.
Got a good viewership on YouTube so far. If you want to type out in the comments, we're going to be reading those live. They've been helpful in troubleshooting some technical issues early on. Sounds like we are back online. We are sounding good. We're going to try to keep that experience as good as we can for everybody. And what we'll call out too, this is a packed show. We have about 100 athletes that are competing today, and we've got 4 lanes running at the same time. Successful attempt in lane 3 there. So we're going to try to call out our athlete names as we can. The ones that we recognize, the ones that we have information for. Try to get everybody shouted out. But as you can imagine, with 4 lanes, starts to get a bit hectic here. So we'll call out things as we can. I do know we've got Amanda Toback here on your bottom right-hand screen. 175. Oh! 175 pounds going up easy with that split jerk technique that we just talked about. And just to put into perspective, Amanda is a 64-kilo athlete pressing well above that over her head. Let's take a look. We've got, it looks like 288 in your top right-hand corner. Wow. Lane 3, making easy work of it. 228 for our athlete. Lane 2, looks like an easy press out. Great stuff. So if you're just joining us, once again, this is our first event here at the Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation, pardon me. Battle at the Bridge 4. Your Arnold qualifier, your Nationals qualifier. Bringing 100 of the best strongman athletes from around this region. And from what it sounds like, from elsewhere in the country. Try to punch their ticket up to the next level here at the national level, at the Arnold level. We'll get into more.
And another good 328 lane 4.
We're off to a great start here, folks. We're again at Bradys Run Ice Arena, a much bigger venue, a lot more space for our athletes. The vibes are good. Vibes are high. It's just such a great it's such a great view from my perspective. So you're not going to be able to see it on the screen, but the producer's table here is on the left side of your lifting platform here. So we get to see a tableau of just 4 giant wagon wheel implements being lifted at the same time. This is fantastic. So let's see, we've got 185 pounds on the bar for our lane 1 athlete here. Trying to employ that split jerk technique, but just needs a little bit more height. Goes to a push press, just not going up today. That is okay. These are weights that are unfathomable. We're going to try to put them in perspective because some of these folks are just making them look so easy. But as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, our athlete in lane 4 just pressed 328 pounds overhead. Didn't look like too much of a struggle either. Getting some comments in the chat here. We'll try to answer it as they come. Shouting out for Michael Stone from Colorado. Fantastic. Second attempts. Yeah, we are looking like first, second attempts are in the books at this point for some classes. The larger classes are probably taking a little bit longer. We're moving on to second and third attempts, and we'll try to call them out as we go. The first lane is going to be your women's classes. Top to bottom, lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight. Your second lane, for the most part, is going to be your lighter men's classes and some of the masters participants. Third lane is getting into the middleweight territory for your men's open classes. And then the heavier stuff, the open weights, the super heavies, they're going to be in lane 4. We can try to get specifics for you, but we'll keep going down. To call it out again, if you are on YouTube, I know some people have it on their TV, which is a little bit more tricky to navigate than a computer, but you can check the score sheet live for this competition as we get them in, as our great volunteers are processing the scores, running them over to us. We're uploading them to ironpodium.com, and we've got that URL linked at the top of the chat here. Ironpodium.com, you can get straight Making our way through our later attempts, folks. Things are starting to get heavy. Once again, just to shout that out, I want to continue that thought. IronPodium.com is where we're hosting the scores for this competition, and we are getting them live. So as soon as our athletes in one class are done, our volunteers are making sure to go over those weights, go over those scores, run them back to our scorekeeper, our live tracking. They're uploading them to IronPodium.com. If you go to IronPodium.com, or if you're in the YouTube chat, click the link that's pinned at the top of the chat. That'll take you straight to our score sheets. Keep that open. Keep that refreshing throughout the day. That's going to be where we put all our scores. You can track our athletes live as we go. So let's start to call out some of these performances here. In the top right hand of your screen, we've got 308 pounds from one of our lighter classes. Using that split jerk technique. Didn't look easy, but man, it looked good. That's some heavy weight. And you top left-hand side of your screen, 348 pounds. Now that did look easy. We're going to see some fun stuff out of that fourth lane here. So you got 205 pounds in your first lane here. Oh my goodness. That's our women's class up to 205 pounds, pressing overhead. Looks like a lot more to come there too. My goodness. Your second and third lanes getting ready to press out here. An easy split jerk. Wow. Looking great. It's got 205 pounds coming up for our athlete. Lane 1, that's the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Got a good clean to the front rack position here. Let's see if we can finish out the press. I think we're push jerking. It's just not there on the first one. Let's see if we can focus up and get it again. Just slightly not there. So we can talk about that a little bit. There is a bit of a give and a take to using that jerk technique versus a push press. So a jerk is kind of dependent on timing. It's kind of dependent on catching, throwing. Things really have to click to make a good, well-executed lift. When it works, it's beautiful. The top end of your strength can really shoot up, the top number that you're able to get. But if you misgroove that lift, there's a chance that you have the strength for it, but technically it won't click and it's just gonna miss. A push press, on the other hand, is a little bit different. You can grind through it a little bit more. If you don't get it all the way up, your shoulders, your triceps will take over, your upper chest, and you can maybe squeak out the rest of that. Seen a lot of good attempts down the line now already. Not seeing a ton of people just trying to strict press, which doesn't surprise me. Lanes 1 and 2 here going up almost simultaneously. Let's see him finish this out. A little bit of a split jerk in lane 2. Great result. That's 248 pounds coming from our lighter men's division. Fantastic. Just need a little bit more momentum out of that first lane here. Looked easy up to the rack. That's falling out of the window a little bit. And a good press, a great recovery. Wow. Fantastic. Have some call-outs from the live stream.
A reminder, as lanes 1 and 2 finish, begin warming up for the deadlift.
Mama Dukes screaming from somewhere else in the country. We can hear you. Shout-outs for Breakfast Club Barbell. I know we've got a few athletes representing there. Scores are starting to come in. My God. 215 pounds in lane 1, just shooting up. I just want to shout out, I'm going to do this a lot because this is important. I just want to shout out the volunteers for this show. If you are here in person, and you can kind of see it on some of the screens here, there's a sea of highlighter yellow t-shirts, these highlighter greens, contrasting really well against the black for the athletes. These are all folks that have given up their Saturdays to make this competition run smooth. Loading plates on the barbells, resetting the weights for our athletes, timing, keeping track, refereeing, judging, running scores back, resetting things, making sure our head judges are informed, keeping everybody on track, expediting our athlete. The list goes on. You need an army to run a show like this. And people have showed up. And it's showing. We're getting to the last couple athletes in each class. We're 45 minutes into the show. Got a couple more attempts. We're going to try to narrow down who all of these folks are as we go. And we'll get more familiar with them as the day goes on by as well. But if you're in the chat, bear with us. There's a lot of athletes here. There's a lot of divisions. And we've got 4 lanes for most events running at the same time. So we'll catch them as we can. Looks like we're breaking down a couple of the lanes so far. And this is where you'll see that just flood of highlighter yellow. I'm not kidding when I say we have an army of folks dedicated to making this run smooth. So it looks like we're taking lane 1 out. Our athletes in that first lane are complete. And we'll recap some of the outstanding performances too. We just want to call them out as we're getting some of these scores. But I want to draw your attention to lane 4 here. It's the top left-hand side of your screen. 368 pounds on the bar. I don't know who's attempting this yet, but let's keep an eye here. 328 being attempted by one of our lighter classes in lane 3 on the top right there. 328 up to the rack successfully. Oh! And just a punch, a little flourish. He's a little excited, I think. He's a little excited. You'll love to see it. 328. 328 pounds. From the ground, overhead, locked out. Beautiful looking split jerk. A little bit of flourish at the end. He's still taking a lap. Incredible. Let's see if we can match that with our next athlete here. Gets up to the front rack pretty easy. Oh! And another well-executed split jerk. Fantastic. Wow. Our athletes are showing up today. We're still at 328 pounds. In lane 3 here. 268 in lane 2 at the bottom of your screen. 368 in lane 4. We'll see who's going to attempt this. But let's see 268. Going in tandem here, basically. Both. One successful clean of the rack. 2 successful cleans. Oh, and a beautiful split jerk. Trying to get that push press, just not quite there. It looks like he's going to call it. Great attempt at 328. Guys, that's so heavy. This is some serious weight being thrown around. And why wouldn't it be? This is regionals. This is your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals here in Beaver, Pennsylvania. A little bit north of Pittsburgh, outside of the border between Ohio and Pennsylvania. Great crowd on hand. I'm seriously thinking 200 people, 300 people in the audience. Full bleachers, a full ice arena dedicated just to the sport of strongman for the day. Some great attempts at 268 from our lighter classes. Guys, this is well above their body weights. Now we know this guy, lane 4, 368. This is Tyler Gustafson. Pressing's kind of his thing. This is not to say other things aren't. Gus is pretty darn good. What an easy looking push press. Lock it out. There we go. 268 on the board for Gus. Fantastic. Let's see who else is coming up to this bar. We're starting to wind down here. Final attempts in the heavier weight classes. I think we've got our super heavies still working. Believe we've got some of our middleweight guys still working. I heard a rumor somebody's going to be attempting a record here.
Did it work at all?
I don't want to bury the lead. Keep an eye out for that. Keep an ear out for that. We'll get you more information as it comes. 368 pounds going up. Good clean to the belt. Transition up the chest for a successful clean. Got that thoracic extension, that mid to upper back flexibility to make sure it's in position. Whoop. Just not enough juice. Not enough juice to finish it out. It looked pretty good going up, about 60% of the way. Let's turn to lane 2 down at the bottom here. 288 pounds. Woo. I think we've got another attempt at 368 coming from our big boys. Just to put into context, these are weights that several years ago, we won't go too back into strongman history, but 368 is the kind of world's strongest man weights from not that long ago. This is some impressive stuff from our athletes in the regional competition here. Got 368 to the front rack. Let's see if we can get it overhead. A push press. Oh! We see that push press. And a successful 288 in lane 2. My goodness. Are we adding weight to lane 4? Oh boy. Got 288 on the bar, 288 pounds for lane 2 at the bottom. Gets it clean from the floor up to the belt. Wanting to transition it to the front rack. Got a good clean position. Let's just steady it up a little bit. He dips, drives for the push press. Can he lock it out? Just not there. Just not there. He's got 30 seconds. I think we might be pushing that, but I think we're calling it. Oh boy, lane 4. There's a head in the way, but that's a 3 at the beginning of that number. It's 388 pounds. Top left of your screen, 388 pounds on the bar. Top left hand of your screen, lane 4, 388 pounds. Top right hand of your screen, 328 pounds. Let's see who we have left making attempts there. Lane 2, it looks like we're rejiggering the bar here. I believe we are stripping down to 2 lanes. There can't be that many athletes left. I see a couple lined up, but we're getting to some serious weights. Now, as some of these scores are streaming in, I just want to call it out again for anybody in the broadcast or anybody in the chat. If you go to ironpodium.com or the link in the chat up at the top here, ironpodium.com. Should be one of the first events to show up, but that is where we're scorekeeping for the day. Ironpodium.com is going to have a score sheet for the entire day for all of your athletes. As soon as those scores are getting to the head judges, verified, they're going to a score runner, they're coming back to the score table, getting those transcribed in to the Iron Podium website. Once again, ironpodium.com is where you're going to see all those scores. Some are starting to trickle in. All right, we are down to one lane. An imposing number on the score placard here. 388 pounds, just shy of 400. Yeah, this is a deadlift for a lot of people. This is a deadlift for most people. And if you're just joining us, we're about an hour in. Just about to wrap our first attempt, or first event rather, here. Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals Battle at the Bridge 4. As you can imagine, fourth time for this show. Gotten a little bigger. A little different venue. Got a lot more space. Production's gone up. Maybe a smidge. Want to shout out our volunteers making the day happen. Want to shout out to Dante Petrella Productions. Running the live stream, running the cameras. We have a state record attempt coming in. We teased this a little bit. 388 pounds on the bar. I want to say this is Andrew Garrison is the voice, is the name that I'm hearing. Andrew Garrison attempting 388 pounds for what I'm told is a state record. So clean up past the belt. Seeing if we can hop it to the rack position. Yep. 388 pounds. Let's see him press it out for a state record. Oh! That is a successful lift. 388 pounds. All right, folks, we are going to cut to break. We're going to be right back with our next event. We will get into what that looks like in just a moment. But before that, we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Beaver, Pennsylvania. Beaver, Pennsylvania. Brady Run Arena, Beaver, Pennsylvania, for your Strongman Corp Northeast Regionals competition. We're getting back underway, so we just went through the axle clean and press, the max axle clean and press, which, thanks to our fantastic volunteers, if you go to ironpodium.com, click on the link for Battle at the Bridge 4, or if you're in the YouTube chat, we have the link pinned at the top. We have all of our scores in for your first event. About an hour into this competition, we are moving and grooving, and we are on to the second event, which is the bridge deadlift. Now, this is something that you're not going to see at other competitions, mostly because this piece of equipment was custom made for Battle at the Bridge, the original Battle at the Bridge. How many years ago at this point? I think we can do the math. This is Battle at the Bridge 4. But the bridge deadlift is going to be, obviously, a deadlift. You are picking this implement from the ground, locked out to a deadlift position for as many reps as you can in a minute. This bridge, I want to say, is between 180 and 200 pounds empty. I think 180 on the dot, if I'm reading correctly. And we have two of these bridges. They are flanking the competition floor on your left and right side if you're in the arena. If you're watching from home, just stare at the screen. We got it centered for you. We've got lane 1 moving right now. This is our women's divisions. Our novice women's, our open women lightweights, our open women middleweights, all going to be in this first lane here. So we have a competition into the second event, the bridge deadlift. So we're going to talk a little bit what makes this different from a regular deadlift. Besides the obvious, we have this beautiful piece of equipment made in the shape of a bridge. Obviously, we're near the Pittsburgh area. It's Battle at the Bridge, the titular bridge for the last couple years at this point. And this bridge piece of equipment, what this does, it heightens the deadlift pick. You have a neutral grip, and it extends the weight pretty far to either side of your athlete, in front and in back. So we'll get a little bit more into the specifics of what that means. If you're a gym goer, if you understand powerlifting or some other strength sports, the deadlift's a pretty straightforward, pretty foundational lift. But we're going to talk about what makes this a little bit different. If you're watching at home, supporting one of your athletes, one of your family members from afar, we'll talk about why this is so impressive and why your loved ones are doing some incredible stuff here. So a normal deadlift, you're usually taking it from a bar, straight across, regular barbell, lifting it from the ground to a locked out position, usually around your hips, pelvis level. The thing that makes this a little bit different, first is the grip. So the grip for your hands is a neutral grip, what we call a neutral grip. So if you let your hands down by your side, normally, neutral means where they usually just fall. So it's a lot more comfortable for most athletes because you're not torquing your wrists, you're not turning your elbows into the bar one direction or another. So it's a bit more natural. A lot of athletes will find this is a more comfortable pulling position, so you'll see a bit more weight moved from your athlete. So we've got our grip. We've also got a different height for this bar. So as we talked about with the axle clean and press, taking the axle off of those wagon wheels elevates the bar slightly, so the pick height, or where the barbell starts, is a little bit higher. That means depending on where your strengths are, this is going to be an easier pull for you as well. We will see bigger numbers the higher the deadlift bar is. So to put it into perspective, 280 pounds on a deadlift bar. Not just once, not 2 or 3 times, but we're pushing double digits. Sometimes more into the second set of double digits here. So we're seeing a lot of big weight moved a lot of times. So the higher pick we talked about a little bit. Normally you're pulling from about 9 or so inches off the floor. That's a long way down for some of these taller athletes. I believe These handles put the height roughly 19 inches. So you've got almost another foot of height from where you're normally pulling. It's a much more advantageous position for some of these athletes. I know, speaking personally for myself, it's a lot easier to complete a deadlift the less distance you have to travel, obviously. But if you are leveraged differently, if you have different strengths from your hamstrings to the quads, quad-dominant athletes like to pick height a lot just because you're able to use your legs a little bit more. We're already seeing in lane 2, we're moving up into our open class women's divisions. This is 360 pounds now on the bridge. So we talked about our grip, the neutral grip. We talked about the pick height. A little bit higher, about 19 inches or so. It makes for an easier time pulling heavier weight. Let's talk a little bit more about the design of this bridge, which is unique to this show. This is a long implement. This is about 88 inches long. What does that turn out to be? 7 feet? A little over 7 feet? Now what happens with this, when you have the weight on either side extended that far out, it starts to be a little bit squirrely. The closer the weight is to your body, normally the more stable the weight is. But the reason this makes it tricky is the further the weight is out from your body. If your hands aren't in a good position, or if they're slightly biased forward or backward, we're going to see, and we'll call them out a little bit as we see them, the weight is going to bias one side of it, and it's going to make it a more difficult lift to complete. So you'll see some of the athletes, the front end of the implement is going to come up a little bit faster than the back. That means they might not have their hands correct. So we're seeing our first athletes processing through here. I believe we're through the first groups of women, moving up to 410 pounds already in the first lane. We are starting to see, we'll call it lane 1 and lane 2 at this point, since we're down to the 2 implements on either side of the stadium here. We'll get those highlighted for you. Lane 2 is kicking off. Just not able to get a good handhold on it, it looks like. My goodness, 410 pounds in lane 1. Like I said, not once, but this is just getting repped out. So just as a little bit of a callback, you see our athlete here making quick work at this weight, but you can see the front end of the bridge implement lifting a little bit sooner. You can see the athlete kind of adjusting their hands as we go here smartly to make sure it's not biased in either direction. My goodness. I'm not joking when I say this is potentially 3 times these athletes' body weights. 410 pounds in the hands is crazy. And I'm a 270-pound male, so just think how these athletes feel. Looks like we're good for about 1,000 reps here in lane 1. In lane 2, we've got 500 pounds loaded on the implement on that end here. Fantastic. All right, just catching up on the stream here. We've got lane 2 just about to start. I think we're in our second athlete, so we've got them on stream. $500 pounds, moving and grooving on lane 2. So folks, as you can imagine, with a show of this size, we got to keep things moving. We have two competitions today. So this, obviously, if you're just joining us, thank you. Hang with us for a little bit. This is Battle at the Bridge 4, your Northeast Regional Strongman Corporation competition. This is a Nationals qualifier. This is an Arnold qualifier. Arnold Strongman competition in Columbus, Ohio, qualifying for 2026, the winners of each open class here. So this has really brought out the best in the area. the best from some other areas in some instances. We're going to continue to see some awesome performances today. Now, what we're also going to see, if you hang with us after this show, it's a 2-for-1 special here. It's a buy one, get one. We have a treat. After Battle at the Bridge 4 is done and dusted, we are going to transition the equipment. We are going to revamp the floor a little bit. And we have for you America's strongest men and women. Our 82-kilo women and our 90-kilo men. This is America's strongest man, America's strongest women for those 2 weight classes here. Right here in Beaver, Pennsylvania. Ready Run Ice Arena. You can see lane 1 here just cruising through this weight. 410 pounds. Not 1 rep. Not 2 reps. Pushing a dozen. Maybe 20? Where are we going to stop? We have no idea. For context, just because this class is the 140-pound weight. 140 pounds, lifting 410 pounds. That is just about 3 times body weight. It's got to be 20 reps at this point. This is crazy. The right-hand side of your screen in lane 2, making quick work. And you'll see, we'll talk about that pick height advantage for some folks. The distance that these athletes have to travel, in some instances, depending on your femur length, depending on your shin length, pardon me, you don't have to travel that far. That is a recipe for big weights. That is a recipe for a ton of reps. And we are already seeing it. 410 pounds. I think we've got 500 on the right side of your screen here.
All good?
Good. Now let's talk about maybe the last thing. We've got a couple more things to talk about that we'll see. If you're watching from home, if you're not super familiar with strongman, you'll see a lot of pieces of equipment on our athletes. We'll talk about that in a second, because what we're also going to do, as I started to say, as you can imagine, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of athletes to get through. So we're going to have a couple events going at once here. We have our bridge deadlift going on the flanks of the stage. The top left and right hand of your screen, we see the 2 groups working through your bridge deadlift. And then our panned out stadium view down at the bottom, we're going to start our yoke runs. So we split the groups into 2. The yoke, if you're not familiar, it's one of those that's real simple, but holy cow. A yoke is the piece of equipment that you're about to see walked across by our first athlete here. It is an intense amount of weight that you are carrying directly on your back. Your athletes are going to start behind a line, they're going to run up to it, they're going to get themselves situated under this yoke, this incredibly heavy yoke. I'll get you the weights for it soon here. And they're going to sprint. And I say sprint for a reason, because some of these guys are going to book it to the end of a 50-foot course here in the center of your screen. And just for context, this first yoke, so closest to the front direction, or the furthest from the screen. This first lane is our super heavyweight athletes, our open men's. 750 pounds on this yoke. I'm going to say that one more time for effect. 750 pounds being carried on the back of these guys' backs. See our athletes in the middle lane. I believe these are your open middleweights and your non-super heavyweights. The normal heavyweights. They're still super in my heart. Thanks for bearing with us, folks. As you can imagine, there are a lot of athletes that we're running through, and we want to keep this moving quickly as a good experience for our spectators here, for the athletes.
In lane 1 here, we have
Got a couple things going on at one time, so we'll try to track it along with you.
720 pounds in lane 2 and 640 pounds in lane 3.
Moving right along with the deadlifts here on the side. We have a great vantage point, so if you're watching from home, the production table, easy for me to say, is not too far to the left of lane 1 here. So we've got a great vantage point for the first. You can see the yokes pretty clearly. Lane 2's deadlift, we have a live stream on, so we're watching from over here. We are off to the races with lane 1. Now we've hit a groove. So let's go back to that productive equipment that we were talking about. You see a lot of folks with some pretty flashy gear.
Moving lane 20.
I think most specifically, the thing that you see commonly across all of them is a belt. You see a weightlifting belt. Weightlifting belt is there for you to brace against. Depending on who you talk to, it's to protect your back. The belt itself does not protect your back, the brace of it does. You flexing your core, you engage in all of those core muscles to make sure that load is distributed evenly. In the case of the axle clean and press, you see people use it as an implement to rest the bar on. Hike it all the way up the rest of the body. You'll see a lot of different types of belts too. You'll have the prong belts, which we can kind of see in the first lane here, which is like a normal belt you'd put around your pants. It's got a metal prong, and it goes into one of the holes at a different length. You also see some lever belts, which a lever is kind of like a... Have you ever seen a ratchet strap? It's a method of just locking it into place that some people prefer over the prongs. It has a quick release that you can just kind of flick out, and that opens the belt back up for you to remove it. Seen some great reps on the 410 deadlift on the left-hand side of your screen here. Talk about your belt. Talk about your elbow sleeves and your knee sleeves next. These are protective pieces of equipment that are made of a thicker fabric, usually elastic, that serve a couple purposes. So the lighter sleeves that you'll see, they're a little bit thinner, and they're mostly for keeping the joints warm. Provide some mental stability to some of the athletes. A lot of folks say that they feel stronger with them, they feel more secure. You want to talk about sprinting. What a job. And your front lane yoke carry, just blitzing through, over 700 pounds on his back. You see knee sleeves. Thicker knee sleeves you start to see in folks that are squatting, or in the event of our yokes here. Provide a little bit more stability and bounce. What I mean about bounce is because they're so tight, they kind of force the body to be back in that straight position. So in the event of squatting, in the event of yoke, depending on who you talk to, depending on who you ask, it makes it a little bit easier to get out of the bottom of a squat or at the bottom of a yoke after each step. And it's all personal preference too. Some people decide to have absolutely no protective equipment on. Some people gear up to the gills. All personal preference. For the most part, everything is allowed. So there's no advantages, there's no disadvantages. Everybody's on an even playing field. So if we look, probably the thing that you'll see next on the bridges, the deadlifts on either side of the top of your screen, people are using wrist wraps or wrist straps. There is a distinction. So you won't see it in powerlifting because they're not allowed. You don't see it in Olympic lifting because they're kind of going to get into the way. But in strongman, we're here to see the biggest numbers. We're just here to see the best performances. So people will have straps on their hands or wraps on their hands, depending. We'll call it out in this first lane here. 460 pounds first off. Just recognizing how ridiculous that is. 468 pounds, 60 pounds, and our athlete has what are called figure 8 straps. So if you can kind of see in the stream, they're dangling from her wrists. They have an extra loop on the bottom. They wrap around the bar itself, the implement. And what that does, it makes it less of a grip event and more of just a pure deadlift. So we talked about it too. If you look at the hand positioning, depending on where your hands are on the bar, that was a great correction by this athlete. Especially when it gets heavier, the position of your hands makes a big difference on this bridge deadlift. Too far forward, and the top of that bridge, the front end of the bridge that the athlete's facing forward, is going to come up a lot quicker, making it kind of a two-part deadlift, which is not the most efficient, and sometimes won't get you to rep if the back half doesn't come off of the ground. But this athlete found the center of the apparatus pretty quickly, and now these are moving smooth. I'll remind you, 460 pounds. Absolutely incredible stuff. So the bridge deadlift is moving along nicely. At the bottom of your screen, we're seeing a bunch of people starting to go through the yoke runs. These are your heavier men's classes that are starting to move. I'll talk about the yoke a little bit. Like all things in strongman, yoke is very straightforward, but oh boy, is it not simple. Describing it in layman's terms, you take this and you go over there with it. Easy to say. Until you add 700 some pounds on it and try to do it as fast as you can. So these athletes have a 50-foot straight shot to pick this yoke up and carry it to the other side of the field. For this competition, you have unlimited drops. Obviously, if it starts to get a little bit ridiculous, or if there's sliding of the yoke, it's up to the judge's discretion if you're using it just to kind of scooch across, which is not really the spirit of the event. And anybody that knows me, I had an incident sliding the yoke myself in a competition. Probably should have been docked more points for it, but another story for another time. So talking about the yoke a little bit, like we said, it's easy to explain. Oh boy, is it tough to do. Why is it tough to do? Okay, so obviously you've got a lot of weight on your back, but moving with weight versus just picking weight up is such a different animal, especially for these heavier classes. So I think we said we've got roughly 640 pounds on the yoke that's moving across your screen right now at this Dutch angle. It's very cinematic. So imagine picking up the heaviest thing you've ever picked up and then add 2 fridges to either side of it. And that's probably getting to be about the weight that these athletes are moving. And then try and walk with it. And then try and run with it, because that's what these athletes essentially are doing. It's a little different from just carrying something from here to there, because that weight, similar to the bridge deadlift, is dispersed to either side of you in a corner. So that means once you start to take a step, if you are not braced correctly, if you don't have full control of that implement, it's going to start to swing on you. And what I mean by that is if you take a step and you're kind of herky-jerky with it, if you're not solid and moving at a good pace, that yoke is going to start to swing back and forth because of how the weight's bottom loaded. As you can imagine, if you're trying to walk while that's happening, you're going to get kind of thrown around a little bit, which is going to make it obviously harder to walk. But that is going to hurt. So then we add our last element, which is trying to do it as fast as possible. Just moving is one thing, moving it quickly is another. A lot of different techniques we see. Now, from a spectator's perspective, it's just going to look like person's taking yoke from one side to the other. But you're going to see some things with hand placement that are a little bit different. You're going to see some things with foot placement that are a little bit different. And this is kind of what makes strongman so interesting and so fun to watch. Is there are best practices, but there is no perfectly right way to do anything universally. The best strongman competitors figure out what works best for them, and then they master that technique. They understand the leverages of their body. They understand how best they operate, and then they perfect it. So we're getting to our last couple heavier heavyweight competitors on the yoke. If you're just joining us, we're about an hour and a half into this competition. We are at Strongman Corporation, Northeast Regionals, Battle at the Bridge 4. Bigger venue, more athletes, heavier weights, better performances, more coffee trucks. There are 100% more coffee trucks than we've had previously. As you can see too, if you're just tuning in, this one looks a little different this year. We are in Brady Run Ice Arena in Beaver, Pennsylvania. The ice arena, as you can imagine, when there's not hockey in season, what do you do with a hockey rink? Well, obviously, you have a strongman competition in it. Graciously, they're letting us use this space. We have a ton. Wow, the audience has gotten huge. Easily 300 people, 200, 300 people in the audience. The bleachers are packed with folks supporting their loved ones, supporting their athletes from the area. There's still plenty of room, so if you're in the area, we're going all day. And by all day, I'll tease it again. We have Battle at the Bridge 4, your Northeast Regionals Strongman Corp show going on right now. After this, we've got America's Strongest Man and Woman. Your 82 kilo women, your 90 kilo men, fighting it out to see who is the best in the country in their weight classes. Extremely exciting stuff there happening after regionals. We've got a lot more action before that gets started though, so let's keep an eye on our middle lane here. Our yoke runners. I haven't seen many people not finish the course at this point, which is fantastic. Yoke is one of those punishing, draining events. Punishing for the athletes, punishing for the volunteers. If you're watching from home, if you're watching this back, if you've ever worked a strongman show, yoke is a toughie. How do you reset a yoke? Well, you move it back into position. How do you do that for 100 athletes? Well, you move it 100 times. We're seeing just steamrolling through the yoke here. Our 265 men putting up great times, great times. Got our army of volunteers. I'll shout them out again. Everybody you see in a highlighter yellow shirt is somebody volunteering their day to make sure this is run smoothly. And so far, man, we are an hour and a half in, and we are well into the second and third event, running concurrently here. If you're just joining us, we've got about 100 athletes competing today, and we're trying to make it the best experience for them as possible. What that means is making sure there's not a ton of downtime. If you're an athlete that has competed in some kind of sport, some kind of strength competition, the longer you sit between some of the events, the longer you have to start to tighten back up, to cool down. Usually the preference is to keep it moving. I know personally in my competitions, the faster the better. I might get some flack from that. I like things moving quick. I like not a lot of downtime. It keeps you engaged, it keeps the audience engaged. It keeps the refs on their toes and the volunteers moving. But it's a great experience for everybody. So that's why we have 2 events running at once here. Got our last yoke attempt, I want to say, coming through here. And we are changing groups. And by last attempt, it is one of our volunteers. Moving the yoke to the other side of the field. You can see on the right hand and left hand of your screen at the top there, our bridge deadlift event is still going on strong. We are into the women's open weights. The heavyweights that are lifting 500 pounds. And they're not just trying to lift it, they're trying to do it as many times as possible in a minute. So 500 pounds, which is heavy for just about anyone, I think it's fair to say. Do it 10 times. Just grinding out the last couple of reps here, doing fantastic work. Now, if you're watching with the live stream, I invite you to go to ironpodium.com. Just another shout out for that. Ironpodium.com is where we are uploading the scores live. So as soon as our groups are finishing, we're validating with our judges. We are running those scores over to the scoring table, making sure everything looks accurate. And then they get uploaded directly into ironpodium.com. If you are in the YouTube chat, you can see that pinned to the top of the chat. If you're listening some other way, if you go to ironpodium.com and put Battle at the Bridge into the search bar, or it might be one of the first things to show up because they are in order of time, closest to furthest. So for me on my screen here, it's the third option that you get to click. Click that button, click Battle at the Bridge, you scroll to the bottom of that page, and you're going to see a View Scoreboard button. Hit that, and you're going to be able to see where all your athletes are lining up.
Deadlifting at the first bridge down here that the women were on, and the 265 and super heavyweights will be on the far bridge closer to the American flag down there, where Nick is waving his hand.
Got our announcer just making sure everybody knows where folks are starting to line up. Our first group, our super heavyweights, have finished their yoke runs. And we are into our men's heavyweights. The 265 class has finished their yoke runs. We're going to start to get some of the lighter mandatory in here. Just cruising through these deadlifts in lane 1 for 500 pounds. I've lost count. I bet our athletes lost count. When you are in one of these events for reps, speaking from not too far experience, a couple weeks ago we had a max rep car deadlift. With that kind of weight in your hand, with those kind of reps starting to happen, I don't know, maybe around rep 2 or 3, you black out a little bit. Hopefully not technically black out, but your mind starts to blur a little bit, and you just are kind of going for it. So you get a couple reps in, I lose count at 2 or 3. You just got to go for it. Getting into the mind of some of these athletes, get the hands in the right position, get your stance right, get a rep or 2 in to calibrate, and then you're off to the races. You just hold on, execute. Seen some really gutsy performances already. This is 500 pounds, folks. See in the right-hand corner of the screen, lane 2, we've got 540 pounds. It's a tricky thing from a weight perspective. You make it too light from an organizer perspective, it's going to start to be a bit of a cardio fest, which we're seeing with some of these folks, but that's just a testament to how strong these guys are. If you make it too heavy, you run the risk of not completing any reps. So splitting the difference and finding a good weight for all these classes is very much an art and a science, and we think we've nailed it here so far, from the looks of it. Easily a dozen more reps in lane 1 here. Lane 2 is off to the race as well. He's just moving. Wow. $540 pounds. Moving it like it's nothing. Just incredible work from our athletes. Let's see, we're starting to get down to our final athletes in our women's open heavyweight class in lane 1 here. 500 pounds. Moving incredibly well. And you start to see that back end kind of come up a little bit slower. That means the hands have crept forward a bit, lifting the top of the frame or the front of the frame a little bit faster than the back. But that means it's not quite so even a deadlift at that point. It becomes kind of a two-parter where the front starts to come up, then your body has to stabilize and correct and get the back up. You do run the risk too if you get too far forward, which we're kind of creeping into that territory, but it looks like it's getting corrected. If the back half of the frame is not coming off of the ground, that's a no rep. You're not finishing the rep. So we see this athlete wisely corrected the grip. Got a couple more reps. What a great job.
You are a 265-pound competitor or a super heavyweight competitor. Please make your way over to lane 2 of deadlifts. Thank you.
So we're starting to see some of our women warm up on the yokes. That's the bottom portion of your screen. Lane number 2, we've got our male competitors just busting out the reps. My goodness. Fantastic work. Fantastic. We'll take a minute while we're resetting some weights here. Got a couple people we want to shout out. Obviously, this day doesn't start or end, or continue really, without these volunteers here. Just want to keep shouting them out, making how much we appreciate this effort. Anybody in a highlighter yellow shirt, these are people that are giving up their Saturdays to come help out, make sure this runs smoothly. We've also got some folks, Cultivate Meal Prep, sponsoring the show. Cultivate Meal Prep. I've seen quite a few of those little boxes running around. Cultivate Meal Prep, obviously doing a great job at making delicious options for meal prep.
If you are
We'll pause for a second for some announcements.
a teen, a master's man or woman, and a novice man or woman, and an open men's lightweight at 175, you should be getting ready for Yoke. If you are a 200 and 231 competitor, you should be down here, closest to the entrance on this bridge, If you're 265 or super heavyweight, should be down on the far bridge getting warmed up. We're going to start as soon as you guys are ready. Thank you.
All right, just a couple announcements for the athletes going through. Getting them expedited, getting them into the positions that they need to be.
Just a reminder for everyone that's here watching too, we have food right here at the snack bar. There's some other food options outside. You can go check it out. We also have Cryptic Strength. Our sponsors right here. Awesome strongman stuff, so make sure to stop by the booth and support them. They're a sponsor of our event. And if you are a spectator or coach, we just ask that you please stay out of the way. Because we are live streaming, the cameras are behind us, so it'll all be recorded on YouTube or just filmed from out of the way, please.
All right. We're through our stadium announcements. We are getting our athletes warmed up. The right side of your screen, we've got our athlete moving 540 pounds. Just looks like a pneumatic press. Wow. Let's get back into our thanks here. Cultivate Meal Prep, obviously putting some fantastic prepped meals together. Saving a bunch of time for our athletes with busy schedules. Or just looking to simplify their meal a little bit. Got Veritas Chroma Photography. Helping out getting some great pictures, capturing the action here down on the floor. Dante Petrella Productions. The live stream, the cameras, the audio, the internet, everything technical. It's coming from Dante Petrella Productions. Shout out to one of the sponsors as well, All Black Everything. All Black Everything pre-workout, supplements, protein, energy drinks. Been a great partner, great sponsor for this show. Grip Mountain. Grip Mountain's been around for a couple battle pages. Grip Mountain is your best source for liquid chalk. Liquid chalk, if you are a strongman competitor or a powerlifting competitor or you're just in the gym, you know how messy chalk can get. Liquid chalk is the perfect solution for that. And Grip Mountain, totally not biased, is the best one on the market. I can't have a battle at the bridge without 580 Barbell. 580 Barbell is your host and presenting gym, where all this lovely equipment's coming from, where all the volunteers for the most part are housed, where our chair meet director, fellow competitor, Josh Hendrickson. Just busting absolute tail to make this show better and better every year. Axe and Sledge Supplements, calling them out as well. Thank you for sponsoring, helping to partner with this event. And Just Work Energy. Can you tell this is a strongman show? Not a perfect merit, not a better perfect pairing than strongman competitions, strongman competitors. A little bit of caffeine, a little bit of supplements, a little bit of protein powder, maybe a lot in some instances. The lifeblood of our sport, the caffeine molecule. Once again, thanks to all of those sponsors for being part of this day. As you can see, it's already shaping up to be incredible. If you're just joining us, we are well underway for Battle at the Bridge 4, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals event. This is a Nationals qualifier. This is an Arnold qualifier. And if you're spending the day with us, it's a warm-up for America's Strongest Man and Woman. Your 82 kilo women, your 90 kilo men. Stick around, check socials, check Instagram. We've got that coming up right here, right after Bridge is done. Keep an eye out. So we are warming up for 2 events here. What we've done to start to save some time for our athletes and keep them all engaged, keep them all moving. We are running 2 events concurrently. We are running our bridge deadlift. You see the left-hand side of your screen here. Our athletes are continuing to move through the bridge deadlift. The bridge deadlift is pretty much what it is. You're deadlifting a bridge. This piece of equipment is a higher pick off the floor. It's longer. It has a neutral grip position. So these athletes, I mean, you can see 640 pounds. It's a lot of weight. And these athletes are just making light work of it. For the right-hand side of your screen, we've got folks warming up for their turns. On the left-hand side, we are moving through the athletes here. Between these 2 apparatus, we've got the Yoke section, which will be running a couple lanes of the Yoke run. So 2 events running concurrently with a couple of lanes apiece. So once again, if you are watching from home, if you are watching live with us, first off, thanks for hanging with us. Second, trying to coordinate who's all doing what. We're going to try our best. There's a lot of athletes moving. It's a great experience for them because they're not having to wait around too much. What that does mean, we've got a lot of moving pieces here. So we'll try to capture the best performances that we're seeing. We'll try to call out the athletes that we're recognizing here. We've already had some fantastic performances. After it's done, this is going to be video on demand after it's done on the 580 YouTube, or the 580 Barbell YouTube channel. So you can go back and filter through and see how your athletes did in the previous events. We have already completed our axle clean and press. Max weight, we can call out some of the performances from that. We saw a state record get broken.
All right, athletes on Yoke, take your last warm-up. Take your last warm-up. We're going to do 5 minutes. 5 minutes and we're going to start.
Getting our last couple couple warm-ups here on your bridge deadlift, your yoke runs. And we'll try to call out who's coming up for what event. So, on the left-hand side of your screen, we are starting with the heavier boys. We're going to have the 265 and the super heavyweight men. On the left-hand side of your screen, I believe we're still warming up for those guys. On the right-hand side of your screen, amidst the throng of people, we have our 200-pound men, our open men's middleweight class, and then our 231 men, the open men's middleweight class. Getting our athletes the last couple warm-ups here. The benefit about moving so quick is that we have plenty of time for these athletes to make sure they're warmed up for the next event. We want the best performances out of these athletes. There are a lot of things that go into making that happen. Making sure everything is run smoothly is no easy task. That's why you see a sea of green volunteers, especially when we get the wide shot. If you're in the YouTube chat, if you're in the live stream, if you're watching from home, feel free to shout out your athlete. Tell them where you're watching from. We will absolutely call those out. A lot of these competitions, it's such a great thing to have Dante Patella Productions live streaming these events. It's one of the best ways, especially with folks with family across the country. It's a way of being here without physically being here. It's the next best thing. So thank you to those that are tuning in. Thank you to those if you're watching afterwards in the video on demand. We will rejoin you as soon as our athletes are warmed up. It looks like on the left-hand side of your screen, we're moving through warm-up still, trying to make sure folks have the right hand placements for things. Trying to make sure everybody's getting a good feel for the implement. I will say, this bridge deadlift, this frame is one of a kind. It's created specifically for Battle at the Bridge, the first iteration. Bit of a longer implement than we're used to seeing. 88 inches long. It puts the weight pretty far out in front and behind. We've already seen how that's kind of affecting some of our athletes. So what we're hoping to do is give them some time to get acquainted with the implement, figure out how they want to approach it. Let's call out some of our performances so far. Back in the axle clean and press, we had some crazy weights moving up. Let's cherry pick a few. And if you want to cherry pick along with me, if you go to ironpodium.com and search for Battle at the Bridge, it should be one of the first things to come up. If you click that button, scroll to the bottom where it says scoreboard. You're going to see these numbers rolling in live. Let's pick a couple out here. In our open men's super heavyweight class, obviously we saw some crazy performances. We saw 2 368-pound presses. We saw one for 380. You'll have to go back and watch that. 388 pounds for the state record on that one. In our men's 265 class, we saw 328 pounds. 60 pounds over these folks' body weights for the win by Richard Acuna in that one. Moving into the men's middleweight, 231-pound men.
Everyone should be out of the way when they ask you
328 pounds for the win by Matt Cooney in the 231-pound division. Almost 100 pounds over his body weight. Took the win there. Some other performances in the men's 200-pound class, the men's middleweight. 328-pound Sam Cowgill. 328 pounds. The same weight as the upper class, but at 200 pounds. That's 128 pounds over the body weight at which that athlete weighed in at. My goodness. Getting into the men's lightweight, 175-pound body weight. Josh Hale, or Hallie. Please excuse me as we don't have a pronunciation guide for 100 athletes. Josh hit 288 pounds at a body weight of 175 at time of weight. Some of these women's performances, I would say, even more impressive. In our women's heavyweight class, 225 pounds took the win in the axle clean and press. 225 pounds from ground to overhead with an axle implement. Just incredible. That's Kelly Lamb taking it for the open women's heavyweight class. Open women's middleweight at 180 pounds. We have 145. Wayne Flowers taking the win for that class. Open women's lightweight, 140 pounds body weight. Amanda Toback with 175 pounds. So we're well above body weight. Amanda take the win at 140 pounds. And our novice women, 135 pounds. Elena Jordan taking the win. So we are getting our last couple warm-ups in on our bridge deadlifts. Yoke looks ready to go. We'll get that extra screen popped up at the bottom for you in a little bit here as soon as we're getting started. Hearing in the live stream, a quick correction, Josh Hawley. Fantastic. So the third option I did not say. Thank you for that. Thank you in the chat. Going out Michael Stumpf. Need something bright, identifying color. I agree. We see a lot of athletes with some bright orange pants. I think that's probably my favorite so far. Bright orange pants, that's pretty easy to show up. Bright orange pants. We've got a cowboy hat.
Sponsor. One of our sponsors.
Cowboy hats, sir. Watching from Scranton, PA for Charlie Doer. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We'll shout him out. Charlie already putting on a good performance in the open men's middleweight class, our 200. Very good to have folks watching. Michael, I believe I recognize that name in the 265 class. Michael putting up some impressive numbers. Holy moly. Michael putting 248 pounds in the air. That is, it's hard to put into context sometimes. If you look at a score sheet, it's kind of hard to understand. 248 pounds for a normal human, that's more than their body weight. That's sometimes much more than their body weight. The average gym goer, that's an extremely impressive lift. The average person, that's impossible. We're just trying to put into context these performances. It starts to become kind of commonplace when you watch them back to back on the stream, but out in the world, this is crazy stuff that we're seeing, folks. So we're starting our performances here. We've got the left-hand side of your screen, lane 2. Lane 1, we got our deadlift starting. We're about to start our yoke. All right, you should now see at the bottom of your screen the most dramatic angle that we could find for our yoke runs. As promised, the surface is flat. You're not running down an uphill. If you're just joining us, first off, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. This is Strongman Corporation's Northeast Regional Competition, Battle at the Bridge 4. We're at Brady Run Ice Arena in beautiful Beaver, Pennsylvania, in the twisting verdant hills. The Green Forest, nestled into one of these side roads, is an incredible venue. That looks a little different from past years. Battle at the Bridge 4 found a new hosting spot in this ice arena, which just so happens to be perfect for putting on a strongman competition. So thanks for joining us from wherever you're coming from. We have an audience of, man, we're pushing 300 people at this point. These bleachers are absolutely packed. We've got food trucks out here. We've got a coffee truck. We've got sunshine peeking through, I can see on the other side of the town here. It's a gorgeous day for picking up some heavy weight. So we're already seeing some pretty crazy performances. For your men's, I'm going to try to get the weights because I don't think that is legible on this side. We've got our men's super heavyweight going on the bridge deadlift. Just 820 pounds, that's all. 820 pounds in the top right-hand corner of your screen for a super heavyweight open athletes. On the left hand, it's no slouch either. 640 pounds for what I believe to be our 200-pound men. So 200-pound men at the top left, your super heavyweights. So question mark pounds. Really 265 and above for our super heavyweights going on the top there. And then at the bottom of your screen, you'll see our women competitors running the yoke and some of our lighter men running the yoke side by side.
Right here, Dante.
So if you're just joining us too, these two events, we have the bridge deadlift. Pretty straightforward. You've got to deadlift and implement the shape like a bridge. The bridge is a little bit different. It's got a higher pick. It's got a neutral hand position. So it feels a little bit more natural for the athletes, a little bit easier to work with. The weight is dispersed further out from the athlete. These are 88-inch long implements. What this means, if you're just joining us, the weight is so far out in front or behind you that if your hand position isn't perfect, that weight's going to come up unevenly, which is going to make for a much more difficult lift. Or, worst case, only lifts one side of the bridge up. And if the bridge is still resting on the ground, you're not going to get it up. So you want it to be an even pick. We're seeing in lane 1, a great example Just cruising. It's starting to move backwards a little bit on him. He just got no rep for that one. So he's picking it up. He has to stabilize it. That right hand is creeping forward on the implement. He's repositioned his hands to get a little bit more. There we go. Now we're looking good. And some great runs from the Yoke. We talked about the bridge a little bit. Let's talk about the Yoke a little bit. We hit it at the top of the event. Yoke, man, it's one of the more brutal ones, I must say. Yoke is pretty straightforward. You take this weight, you put it on your back, and you take it to the other side of the floor. Easy to say, boy, is it difficult to do. But this athlete in the first leg is making it look pretty easy. I think for these women, we have a Yoke, it's pushing 400 pounds, which is just nuts. Our athletes here, I believe this is the 140-pound women competing right now, closest to the front of the screen. So furthest away from the display that we have set up. The Yoke for these women is 400 pounds. So we're going to see this athlete start with their hands off of the Yoke, and time will start. They have to approach the Yoke, get it best position, and basically sprint with it. So we see a good approach, a good start, and then what we want to see is acceleration through the Yoke. So those feet will pick up speed, a little bit of stability will be challenged, but this is looking like a great run. Fantastic. Now what you're going to see from a well-executed Yoke. Especially if you're starting your hands off of the Yoke. It's a little bit different of an event. Sometimes if you're starting with your body under the Yoke, you just brace and you start moving. It's a little different when you have to approach it. It's these subtleties in strongman that you have to prep for. So it shows also too who prepared for it, starting under the Yoke, and who started with an approach, who prepped with an approach. If you try to come into it with too much momentum, you run the risk of making the whole thing swing on you. And then as you're starting to take steps, it becomes more and more difficult to kind of walk with the Yoke. So a good athlete, granted, there's a lot of ways to do these things. So this is, in my experience so far, if you get a solid and stable pickup and start to move fluidly and start to accelerate as you go, you don't want to come out of the gates too hot unless it's clearly a weight that's just too easy for you. Or if milliseconds will make or break. Here's some great examples of some Yoke walks here. Let's go back to the flanks of the stage here. Left-hand side of your screen, we are pushing just easily a dozen? Well into double digits for these athletes on the bridge doubles here. Again, this is 640 pounds. My goodness. And you want to talk about a sprint. Holy moly. The front hand of your screen with the glitteriest belt I've ever seen. What a run. Now the event is called Yoke Walk, but that with the flare at the end, that's a Yoke run right there. If you're just joining us, the rules for the Yoke are pretty straightforward. You pick it up, you move it to the other side of the screen. You can drop it as many times as you want. In some competitions, if you drop it, you're done. Not so here. That's really for two reasons. One, we want to see people finish it. We want to see people finish the course. And obviously, if you drop it, that's a time penalty that will start to add up. If you drop it a few times, that means you've had to pick it a couple more times too, which is pretty strenuous on the body. But the second, and if there are promoters listening, as a strongman competitor myself, please, please take this into consideration. If you have drops end the event, your volunteers have to reset that Yoke. But just give that into consideration. It's a lot of weight that has to be reset as many times as athletes don't complete the course. So if you give them a little bit of time to finish it, the time will differentiate the athletes. Then you can have your athletes or your referees rather, your volunteers, focus on changing the yoke heights, making sure things are running smoothly, making sure athletes are expedited. Better for the athletes, in my opinion. Better for the volunteers. Just more great performances on the yoke here. We're not seeing a ton of drops. Starting to catch up on some of the names here. Got Taylor Schmidt, your men's 200 class, repping out the deadlift on the left-hand side of your screen. Tyler Gustafson, got on the right-hand side of your screen on the bridge. Repping these deadlifts out. 640 pounds on the left hand of your screen, 820 on the right. Just making it look like warm-up weight, both of them. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Coming up on the left, 640 pounds for Adam Jordan in your men's middleweight 200-pound class. And I want to say Mr. Gustafson on the right hand is rounding out the super heavyweights. Got Ami Flowers in the front on the yoke, starting to accelerate just like we talked about. That stable initial pick, keeping it steady, accelerating through the end, no drops, a great run. Adam making quick work of those deadlifts. Another important point, notice the hand positioning if you can see it. The two sides of the bridge are raising at the same pace. Makes for a much more efficient lift, makes for a much more stable lift. We see another blistering yoke in the back here. What a speed, my goodness. We are looking like it's weight change time. Left-hand side of your screen, 640 is going up.
On the Strongman subreddit, on Reddit, I put not a lot of stuff, but it's something. It's something.
We're going up to 720 pounds. My goodness, 720 pounds. That is for our men's middleweight competitors, our 231 men's class. The right-hand side of your screen, Still working through our super men's heavyweight. We have 6 women left on the yoke, our heavyweight women. We've got Taylor Gresovich moving with that yoke. Front hand of your screen away from the production screen setup, closer to the audience, closer to the ice, we'll call it, if you can see us. 500-pound, 500-pound yoke for this one. My goodness. Light work of this 720-pound deadlift. We are back in the action. 720 pounds on the left-hand side of your screen. Yoke's getting reset. We're down to the last couple athletes for our heavyweight women. We are into our men's middleweight on the left side of the screen. 720 pounds. And that yoke is moving. Holy cow. Olivia Nestor with a blistering spot in front of your screen here. We're moving into double digits for the deadlift. 720 pounds. Starting to clear out a little bit. We're getting down to some of the last athletes for our bridge deadlift and our yoke runs. Yoke run, just a great performance. You can see screen here, that left side. We're moving down to one bridge implement as well, finishing out the rest of these classes. And stay tuned, after these two events, we've got our Sandbag carry event coming after these two conclude. And to give a little bit of a tease, our final event here after our Sandbag carry is an arm over arm pull. If you're not looking at the score sheet, I'm not going to tell you exactly what they're pulling, but if you can imagine, we're in an ice arena and we want to make this fun, so I'll tease that a little bit. Shout out, another shout out for Charlie. Oh, Charlie's got a great fan base behind him from Bluffton, South Carolina. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. The weight is moving, 720 pounds. Some serious weight. We're just about wrapped, it looks like, with our yoke runs. So just another shout out. If you are watching live Go to ironpodium.com for our score sheets. As soon as our competitors have finished with their groups, the scorekeepers will be tallying everything up, checking with their head judges, making sure everything is correct, bringing them over to the store table, getting them uploaded to ironpodium.com. Ironpodium.com, we also have it pinned in the YouTube chat. That's where our scores are getting uploaded. If you go to Iron Podium, search for Battle at the Bridge. It should be the first thing to pop up. Click that link. All the way through that page is going to be your event descriptions, all the weights that are being moved. The bottom of that link, you'll see score sheets. Click that button. That's where you're going to see all those score sheets updated live throughout the entirety of the day. So keep that one bookmarked, keep an open tab, keep it somewhere on your phone and keep refreshing it. Always a pleasure working with that crew to make sure our stats, our scores, our placings are updated so you can follow along at home. If you're watching this after the fact, you already know what happens. So if you don't want to spoil yourself, don't check it just yet. Just hang on. 720 pounds. The last couple of folks on our bridge deadlift. Moving now. It's a lot of weight. Some great photo opportunities too. These athletes putting everything into these pulls. See if we can squeeze a couple more reps out before the end of the show. Come on. What a performance. Awesome. Some of the most fun parts about strongman competitions, you get to see what these athletes are really made of. There's just a different feeling doing this in the gym versus doing it in front of an audience, in front of judges, in front of your other competitors. I don't know if you saw that, but on the screen it's taking two people to reposition the bridge deadlift. And these two people are strongman competitors. They're just giving you some context with how heavy, and we're seeing it again. The tandem frame deadlift. Not an event, hopefully we see anytime soon. But let's keep moving through our middleweights here. Nice smooth pulls. So you see, that's the great thing. Personally, I love a frame deadlift or card deadlift. It's a momentous amount of weight. But the range of motion compared to taking it all the way from the floor is not nearly as much. So you're seeing he's standing it up, this athlete on the screen. It's not moving but a few inches, but that few inches is just grueling. See a lot of choices of footwear for deadlifts. Some people prefer no footwear. We prefer that they wear socks for a myriad of reasons, but some folks will say that the flatter their feet are to the ground, the better connection they can get to the surface of the floor, which makes for a more even pull. Some people prefer barefoot style shoes that do pretty much the same thing. Some people wear Chuck Taylor Converse shoes or Vans. Give you a pretty similar feel to that flat foot. That is predominantly, I'd say, the choice of most athletes. Is something with a pretty flat heel, something that's not so elevated. So I think we're moving a few more athletes over into position here. We are off. 720 pounds looking like easy work so far. is another style of wrap. If you've been with us since the start of this event specifically, we talked about the figure 8 straps that loop around the implement and into the hands. These straps are a little bit different because the wrist still has a wrap around it, but the strap itself is looped. You can kind of see them dangling there. That wraps around the implement and then it catches back in the athlete's grip. This is very much a personal preference thing. Some people prefer the figure 8 straps for ease of use. They just lock it into place and they can start moving. Some people will say the other style of wraps where they dangle like that gets them a little bit better connection to the implement. We're seeing our athlete here choosing to go with the figure 8 straps. And making quick work with the deadlift. Off to the races. Last couple athletes here for the deadlift, and then we're setting up our sandbag runs in the background. You can start to see these giant red bags start to stack up behind here. We'll get to that in a minute.
So we have 2 231s left on the bridge frame. So if you're the remaining 265 and super heavyweights, you will be starting very soon.
Finishing up our last couple men's middleweights, 231 class. And frame deadlift. Squeaking out a couple more reps. Got to wait for that down command. Let's see if we can get a couple more. Come on. Oh, it finishes a rep after a failed one. Man. Let's see it. That might be it for this athlete. All good. 720 pounds for reps on reps on reps. Whew. to the last couple of folks in our open men's middleweight division, our 231 men on the bridge deadlift. Our athlete's strapping in. He's opting to use those loop style reps. Easy looking reps coming out. And folks, these athletes have a minute to rep as many as they need. This might be a few based on how this one's going. Gonna keep going. Let's just see how long we can go at this point. Who needs a minute time cap? Just go until you can. Gotta be approaching 20 reps. I've lost count. I'm glad we have referees for this. I don't know how you're gonna beat that, but we're gonna try. Let's see what else we got. Athlete often use those figure 8 straps like we were talking about. Rep him out, but we are moving. Looking like solid, clean reps too. Great showing from this class. All right, folks. We are doing our last weight change for frame deadlift. We moved them from 720 pounds. 720 pounds for our men's middleweight, our 231 class. For our final class, men's 265ers. This is moving up to 770 pounds. I beg your pardon, we've moved up to 820 pounds and we are finishing up the men's super heavyweight class. Seems like there was an equipment malfunction on the other side. We're ready for that. We'll keep the men's super heavyweights going, finishing up this class at 820 pounds. Just a ridiculous amount of weight. Oh my goodness. That is not fair. $820 pounds, and it's just cruising up. Man, oh man. This is incredible. 820 pounds, moving, getting into double digits at this point. Head's turning a little red, but that's to be expected. I think I'm allowed to say that, fellow bald man. Holy moly. What a performance. I'm excited to see where these guys fall. We'll keep an eye on Iron Podium. Stick it at the top of the YouTube chat. IronPodium.com for your score sheets. Search for Battle at the Bridge and go to the bottom of that page. Hit View Scoreboard. Starting to see all of our bridge deadlift scores rolling in. Our Yoke scores have all been uploaded. Some absolutely insane rep totals in some of these bridge deadlifts. In the men's heavyweight class, the super heavyweights I should say, this is a little bit too much weight. 820 pounds is no joke. And this is a differently taxing event too. A regular deadlift is going to be from the floor. You can engage your posterior chain a little bit more completely. It depends on the kind of athlete that you are. So we're taking a couple weights off and moving to our men's 265 class now. Dropping weight down to 770 pounds. Just 770 pounds. Only 770 pounds. This is quite literally 3 times their body weight. When they weighed in, I should say. Who knows what they weigh now. Special place in my heart. 265 class is my class. And if you're just joining us, I recognize I've introduced myself at the top, but probably not since. My name's Sean Fuller. I've had the pleasure of commentating a couple Battle at the Bridges now, some Puller Express competitions here at 580 barbell. Already making some quick work of the deadlift. My goodness. Battle at the Bridge 4. Your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regional, a Nationals qualifier, an Arnold qualifier. Gathered about 100 of the best athletes from the area and beyond the area to come try and take a shot at things here. And we are seeing some performances that are living up to the hype. Seeing if we can squeeze a couple more reps out of 770. These athletes have a minute to get as many as they can. They're using every second of it. What a performance. Whew. Moving through the rest of the 265ers here. You're strapping in on your own time. So that's something to be taken into consideration too if you're watching from home. If you strap in on your own time, make sure you practice strapping in. It's a difference in just a couple of milliseconds sometimes. But a rep, when one rep can be the difference between first and second place, those seconds are worth it. Attention to detail. Seeing what else is left in the tank for these athletes. And you can see there, it's a little, having used these bridges myself, it's a little scary because where your feet are positioned, it's elevated off the floor enough, so it probably won't snag it. But if you drop this on your foot, it's not going to be a fun time. Great showing from another one of our 265er athletes. Stepping up to our implement, moving still through our 265ers. Now we are moving. Jeez. Making it easy work for these deadlifts. Let's see when it starts to fatigue. That's always the question. You get a couple of reps in, you start to hit a groove, kind of find a rhythm and just keep moving. But at these weights, I mean 770 pounds. Start to slow down a little bit. Soreness starts to set in, the fatigue starts to set in. In some instances, geez, the lungs start to become a factor. How much cardio do you have? How many times are you deadlifting? 20 reps. Another great performance in our 265 class. Keeping it moving with our next couple athletes here. 770 pounds on the bar. Woo! And we're moving. So we see a repositioning of the hands. You saw the front end of that bridge come up a little bit faster than the rear. We talked about it. That's going to make each rep a little bit more difficult. It starts to make the pull proceed behind you. It's tough to overcorrect. But a quick repositioning with his hands got him in a better spot, more advantageous for a straight up and down pull. Fatigue starting to set in. Hamstring probably sore. Blood pressure spiking through the roof. But it's just 60 seconds. You can do anything for 60 seconds. What a show. Great job. I love it. I love it when we get to see the volunteers reset it, because it just shows a little bit of the scale of this, taking two strongman competitors, active strongman competitors, to move it back into position. All right. Okay. See another athlete here. Now this is more attention to detail stuff. I know this is starting to get nitpicky, but now that we're down to one person, we can really see it. So this athlete is using figure 8 straps. We talked about how that's a bit quicker to get into position. Maybe not as tight as some people prefer, but if you're going for speed, if you're going for control, sometimes that's what you want. Now this athlete has also opted to chalk the back of his wrists, which is another attention to detail thing. Wrist wraps will have a tendency to slide around on your wrists too, especially if it's something like a bridge where it already wants to fight you on the way up. Having those wrists lock into position on your own wrist instead of starting to sweat and having it move all over the place. These are just little things you pick up over time. And you say, Sean, it's a little bit of chalk on your wrist. What the heck kind of difference could that do? And I go back to it. When the difference between first and second place can come down to a rep, and when the difference between a rep and no rep comes down to half of a second, if he finishes that last rep half of a second slower, maybe he doesn't get it, that shakes up the whole standards. And not to be dramatic, but half a point can mean a difference between going to the Arnold or not. So that's why these athletes train months, years on end to try and perfect this, but it does make a difference. I'm just not able to get it. A couple great reps in the tank. We've still got time, so we can keep moving. But this bridge is heavy and awkward. 770 pounds. The gutsy performance. I think we're going to keep going. Let's see what we can do. Oh, yes. You'd love to see that. Let's see if we can get a couple more. Woo! Great work. Great work from that athlete. Anytime you pause like that, come back and hit a few more. What a great feeling. Every opportunity to just stop and call it at that point with 2 more reps. It's the same thing. Could make all the difference between placing. Could make the difference between a podium spot. We're off to the races with Kyle here. Kyle Ruiz. Starting to approach double digits already. Probably not 30 seconds in here. Kyle, already a strong showing on the day. Kyle's got a good handful of points with a 308-pound axle clean and press. Somehow tying on Yoke. 8.43 seconds, tied for first on that event. Splitting points with James Brady. Just moving through these last couple reps. We're probably approaching 20. My goodness. It's bringing us to our last competitor here in the 265ers, James Brady. Alright, let's see what we can rep out here. Moving at a good pace. Showing good control so far. Let's see if we can keep it up. He's got a lot of reps to beat Kyle and trying to hold position in first here. He's making good work of it. He's moving. He's kind of having to hop around with it. This bridge is just moving around. But we're moving. Whew. Wow. Man, oh man. What a performance. All right.
Somebody was asking who that judge in lane 1 was.
Before why?
Somebody mad. Because reps were
All right, folks, that is it for the bridge deadlift. I think we're going to reset a little bit here. At least to move the bridges out of the space. Because we've got our next event, the Sandbag carry, coming up. When you thought the bridge deadlift was brutal, you thought the yoke was tough. Just wait until you see what these athletes have to do with the sandbag. We'll get into the specifics as we start. But we're going to test the pain tolerance a little bit. We're going to test the cardio. The ability to keep breathing, frankly, for these athletes. So we're going to work on resetting. I'll give you one more pitch here. If you want, check out ironpodium.com. Check the link in the YouTube chat, or go to ironpodium.com, search for Battle at the Bridge. That's where these scores are being posted. We should have the remainder of the bridge deadlift scores up shortly. Everything from the axle clean and press, the yoke, all up to date. You can see your standings. You can see where your favorite athletes are sitting at the current moment. Start to do some math about the points placing. So we are going to finish up resetting here with the sandbag. We're going to get these bridges out of the way. Folks, we are going to be right back. We're going to take a short break. We'll have the stream keep going. Then we're going to come back with sandbag. We will see you shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Battle at the Bridge 4, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals competition. We're having some Strongman Saturday fun today. Looks a little different from previous years. We are in Beaver, Pennsylvania, a little bit outside Pittsburgh, Beaver Falls. Just across the border of Ohio. We're coming at you live from Brady Rung Ice Rink Arena. What do you do when you don't have hockey? When hockey season's not in? Well, you host the strongman competition, obviously. We have a great new venue for Battle at the Bridge. Historically, it's been at 580 Barbell. 580 Barbell still hosting the competition, of course, but with a little bit more space. A little bit more room to run around, you know. Athletes here have been doing a great job so far. We're about 3 hours into the competition, on to event 4 out of 5, moving and grooving, doing a great job, the volunteers today, making sure everybody's in the right place, making sure all the athletes have what they need and are expedited, making sure the scores are being run on time, the weights are reset. It's a great competition so far. Thanks to everybody that's tuning in. If you're just joining us, we're about to start our Sandbag Carry event. The Sandbag Carry event is going to be a doozy. So we've already seen our athletes complete a max axle clean and press. You can go back on the video on demand and watch those performances. You can also go to ironpodium.com, look up Battle at the Bridge, see the scores live or after the fact. But for now, we're focused on the Sandbag Carry. So we've got 4 lanes moving at a time. And folks, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be pretty tough to find the names of the athletes. So we'll try to keep on top of people as much as we can. Suffice it to say, we've got 4 groups of athletes moving at one time. Closer to the back, we'll call it the rear of your screen right now, we have our novice women. And the further you get towards the ice, or what we'll call the ice, because it's not filled in currently, obviously.
Keep going, come on.
The further you get to the ice, we'll call it, the heavier the athletes are. The further up in weight, the weight classes go. So we've got our novice women starting their competition in the back. We've got our heavier classes starting in the front of your screen, closer to the bottom of your screen, we'll call it. Once again, thanks for joining us for Battle at the Bridge 4. My name's Sean Fuller. Been here for the past couple hours, having some fun with some strongman athletes. About 100 competitors today coming to the regional scene. Try and punch their ticket to Strongman Corporation Nationals. Or, one better, how about let's get them to the Arnold, huh? Yeah, if you win an open class at a regional competition, first place gets you an Arnold invite. Amateur Arnold competition, Columbus, Ohio in 2026. For weight class strongman, that is one of the biggest places you can compete on stage. So the winners of each open class today are punching their ticket to Columbus. From here, not too far a drive, probably 2.5 hours. Maybe 3 if you're taking some wrong turns like I probably would.
Get those feet moving, come on.
So we had our max axle clean and press already. We saw some incredible overhead pressing accomplishments, including a 388-pound state record that was set. You'll have to go back and watch that one. After the axle clean and press, we had a bridge frame deadlift. Custom-made bridge implements. Hi, Battle at the Bridge. We can't just have a normal deadlift. These bridge implements, about 88 inches long. The pick height's about 19 inches, so longer, and a higher pick than your standard deadlift bar. Again, seeing some incredible performances on that as well. Some of our athletes were lifting close to 820 pounds on the bridge deadlift. And not just for a rep, we're talking, I'm not kidding folks, 20 reps for some of these athletes. Sometimes more, 30 reps. If we go back into some of these scores here, these are heavy weights. I see 31 reps. We'll call out some of the scores here. In our novice men's class, Joe Smeck, 31 reps on the bridge deadlift. 40 reps for Bobby Stanley in the open men's lightweight, the 175 class. Just to give some quick context, our men's 175 class had to deadlift 540 pounds. Bobby Stanley did that 40 times. Some other highlights here. 25 pounds in our 25 reps in our open men's super heavyweight by Scott Deese. 25 reps at 820 pounds. I don't want to do the math on what that cumulative weight is, but that's bonkers. 37 reps in our Masters Men lightweight 40 plus class. So our 231 pound and under 40 plus men's competitors. 37 reps on the deadlift. 540 pounds. So almost 3 times body weight. Coming up on 3 times body weight. Goodness. That's going to bring us to the yoke. The yoke was running concurrently to the bridge deadlift. Our competitors were running these yokes, goodness, under 10 seconds, 50 feet. It's some incredible weight. 8 to 10 seconds. What a great result. Let's cherry pick some of the fastest runs here. 7 seconds, almost 7 seconds for Nick Umble on the yoke in the Masters Men's 40 plus. 8 seconds, 8.4 seconds for Tyler Gustafson, the men's super heavyweight, 50 feet for a yoke. 8.43, we had a tie for first place. 8.43 seconds for James Brady and Kyle Rees in the 265 class, splitting first place. Anything around 10, 12 seconds for a 50-foot yoke. Pretty good. Anything under that, and you're starting to push some serious numbers. So 8.4 seconds, not a slouch. We have another sub-8 run, it looks like. Noah Barton in our open men's middleweight class, the 231 pound men's class. 7.59 seconds. 7.77 seconds for John Caraway in the men's middleweight 200 class. Absolutely crazy result. 7 seconds, 7.37 and 7.41 for Josh Hawley. Thank you for the pronunciation. And Kurt Lektot. Fantastic showing. A couple 7-second yoke runs in the novice women's class too. Just really impressive showing from these athletes. And why wouldn't it be? This is regionals. These are 100 best athletes from around this area, sometimes a little bit further. They're trying to get to the Arnold. Of course they're going to put out their best. So that brings us to this event, the Sandbag Carry. As you can see, as has been on screen for the past couple minutes here, thinking, what the heck are they doing? The Sandbag Carry is another one that, just like the yoke, it's kind of straightforward. You pick it up, you move it to the other side, and you just keep going until they tell you to stop, or until you can't anymore. Here's the twist. These sandbags are extremely heavy. These sandbags are malleable. They're squishy. Squishy is not the right word for it. But the sand inside these bags is going to change the shape of the bag as you're moving. It becomes increasingly more difficult to hold on to. It's not a solid, fixed implement. So it's going to be moving and fighting you the entire way down the road. These athletes have been tasked with moving the sandbag, picking it up, carrying it back and forth across this 50-foot course for 60 seconds, as far as they can. If you drop your sandbag, you're done. Your distance is recorded, the total travel. For instance, if we have this athlete at the bottom go back, forth, back, drops at the end line, that's 150 feet. That's their score.
Keep those feet moving, come on.
This is one of those times where 60 seconds feels like 4 hours. Not only do you have to pick this heavy sandbag up from the floor up to the front rack position, up to that chest, or however you're planning on carrying it. You have to hold it there. You have to breathe, ideally, unless you can hold your breath for 60 seconds, which I don't recommend. You have to efficiently push air in and out of your lungs as quick as possible. If you see in the back here, our athlete is basically sprinting. And that's what you can do. Kind of the trick for this one, there's a lot of tricks, obviously, and it depends on the athlete. But what you want to find is the best position for the sandbag to rest roughly chest level, so you can still take in breath, but you can still brace properly and walk as smoothly as possible. So you see what's starting to happen with some of these athletes if they're dropping it about halfway through. You don't have to make it the full distance. You've got trundle wheel measuring. I believe that's what it's called. A trundle wheel is going to be able to take the distance measured off of a wheel, which is pretty fantastic. But from that starting position, they're going to take it from the bag to the nearest start, subtract the distance, and that's your score.
Come on.
This is a fun one. I say fun in air quotes because it really shows who's been working on their foot speed, their cardio, their breathing, and their bracing. And who's been practicing this the most. Now this is a hard one to practice for because if you're programming sandbag carry for an athlete, for instance, mentally it is very draining to say, pick up the sandbag and go as far as you can in 60 seconds. You have to shoot for smaller goals. Go 200 feet this week, 250 feet this week. Start to see athletes slow down and start to kind of duck walk a little bit. As the weight slowly kind of rolls down, we see with your first athlete up front towards the bottom of your screen here, the sandbag's kind of rolling down his chest a little bit, which is not probably not super fun, but he's holding on to it and he's still moving, which is fantastic. The further down your body it rolls, the further down your torso, the trickier it gets for your legs to operate normally. So you're starting to have to kind of waddle it. Which, as long as you don't drop it, who cares? Let's see how let's see how far he can keep. Oh my goodness. Wow. And that's an example of somebody who wants every millisecond, every inch, every point that he can get. What a run. And some great performances from the women's classes up at the top here. So what you have to do, you really just have to tap that red line. It's a 50-foot shot from red line to red line in these lanes here. So as long as you just boop, tap it with your foot, turn around and start moving.
200-pound bag in lane 2. Keep rolling, Kelsey. You got more in you. 3 more trips down the back.
My goodness. It's hard to explain just how difficult this is. Just what kind of grit this requires to keep moving for the entire 60 seconds. Some of these athletes, let's try to get some examples for you here. Some of these athletes are carrying their body weight. So we'll take a look at we'll start with the men's lightweight. So body weight of these men, this class, is 175 pounds, at least in the time of their weigh-in. They're carrying a 200-pound sandbag. So they're carrying themselves and then some for 60 seconds in front of them, wrapped around their torso like that. Not even like a fireman's carry, not even like a yoke walk, but in front of their body, just pressing on their lungs, pressing on their diaphragm, making it impossible to breathe. And that'll be the trade-off, depending on the athlete, of course. If you have the bag too high up your body, it's going to start crushing down on your esophagus, on your diaphragm, and make it extremely hard to breathe. So you're trading off a bit of control for your legs with the ability to take in oxygen and process it. Now, if you have the bag too low, you can get great breaths of oxygen back into your body. But if it's in front of your hips, like we saw in our one athlete, you start being forced to waddle a little bit. The efficiency of your movement starts to drop. So what you're looking for as an athlete is kind of the sweet spot between those two limiters, or what are you willing to trade off more? Are you willing to trade off being able to breathe as easily as possible, or are you willing to trade off being able to move as fast as you can?
Come on, man, one.
Are you able to find that sweet spot in training that you can just keep it there for 60 seconds and just go?
You got 50 feet in you. Come on. Keep moving. Dig deep. Come on. Get to the left. Keep going. Keep going. Nice ride.
Fantastic results coming in so far. Back and forth is 50 feet. Some of these guys are doing 4 laps, 5 laps. I saw somebody in our open women's class, 7 back and forth. That's 350 feet. $350 feet in 60 seconds, carrying over her body weight. Just doing some back of the napkin math here. If you're doing 350 feet, if you're moving that much distance in the 60 seconds allotted time, that's an average of 4 miles an hour. You're speed walking, or in my case, that's basically a full sprint, but we won't talk about that.
Keep rolling, lane 1.
Not a distance runner, this one. Not me.
You got 2 more down the backs left in you, please. Come on, keep rolling.
Gotta shout out our judges. They're getting about the same cardio work as our athletes here. Keeping track of it, making sure they document exactly when time stops, exactly when that sandbag drops. And these bags are just getting bigger. We're moving up to some of the heavier men in front here. These men's 200 classes, which I think we see in the orange pants, like I said, they're pretty easy to spot. In the orange pants, that's one of the 200-pound open men's middleweight class representatives, carrying a bag that's 220 pounds. He's not letting go. Now you're seeing him reposition. That's a smart move. Instead of dropping it, you can bring it back down to the lap, reposition the bag for a more advantageous position, and keep going, and fall onto it. Here's my preferred method of finishing a sandbag carry. What a finish.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Get another turn. Come on. Come on.
Love it.
Finish it.
Just love it. Some of the best parts about the strongman community too. We've got the camera zoomed out a little bit. You can see the sea of volunteers. But what you might not see completely around the actual competition floor here, almost the entirety of the athletes that aren't competing yet are still around cheering for their other competitors. I think strongman competitors are the biggest fans of strongman, obviously. But they don't want to miss anything. They want to cheer on their fellow competitors. Just a great environment, great supportive environment.
Wait for rolling as well. Come on. Come on, ladies, you finish.
This is making me tired just watching it.
You got another turn in here. Come on.
And this is what I talk about when 60 seconds is lasting an hour. When you're the one carrying that sandbag, every second you can you feel every step, you feel every breath. Oh, it's just brutal. Really hanging on by a thread in the first here. Let's see if he can. Great gutsy performance. That's another instance where anything that you can continue to kind of squeeze out at the end of the run. If it's starting to slip, if you can dig into that little extra gear, just get a couple more feet. Could be the difference in placing. A couple feet here and there, a couple points here and there. That's the difference between a podium spot and a nationals qualification. Or 5th or 6th place. Not a bad showing. But that couple point distinction makes a huge difference. While we're moving here, just want to shout out our sponsors again. Fantastically run event. Couldn't even dream of making this work without the folks here. First and foremost, obviously, Dante Petrella Productions. I mean, everything behind this live stream, the video, the camera angles, the equipment, the audio, the technical support, the troubleshooting, the framing. All of that's coming from Dante Petrella Productions. Couldn't do this live stream without him. Obviously, 580 barbell, local here. 580 barbell in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. A little bit outside of Pittsburgh. Becoming one of the predominant strongman gyms, strongman communities, and really strongman competition communities. In not only the region, but I would say starting to take over the East Coast a little bit. Really putting on a good show. As we can see, it continues to grow here. This is Battle at the Bridge 4. Every year has gotten progressively heavier, stronger, more participated in. Obviously in a different venue. Huge shout out to Cultivate Meal Prep. Check out Cultivate Meal Prep. For those watching at home, if you are not involved in the sport of strongman or in strength sports in general, one of the most important parts of these athletes' lives is fueling the performance. So you might see some of those crazy, like, strongman eats 8,000 calories a day. This is for the giants, and they're doing it a little bit for the shock value. These athletes need to be tuned into their macronutrients. They need to have the right amount of calories at the right time. That's a lot of work. It is a full-time job to get some of that eating done. The Cultivate meal prep, that is portioned out, macro-specific, easy to put together meals, or already put together, really. Just simplify the experience of making sure you get all the nutrients you in. I want to shout out Veritas Chroma Photography, capturing these awesome moments on these athletes. Can't wait to see how those turn out. This is one of those things too. Competing in the competition is fantastic. Man, the pictures. Once again, that's Veritas Chroma Photography, doing a great job capturing these moments. We've also got Grip Mountain Liquid Chalk. You'll see on the floor. There are some chalk bowls around. They're a little bit out of frame. If you can see the right side of your screen, there are chalk bowls that are just, if you're not familiar with strongman or powerlifting, chalk is something to keep your hands dry, to increase the friction, to improve your grip for some of these events, especially with Sandbag. You start to get some sweat on these sandbags. You start to get a little bit moist yourself. It just happens. That's where liquid chalk comes in. So regular chalk is that powder stuff you see all over the floor. Regular chalk's great. It's been in gyms for decades at this point. Bouldering, climbing, strongman, powerlifting, Olympic lifting. Chalk's been a staple of these sports. Now liquid chalk, especially Grip Mountain liquid chalk. If you don't want to make a mess on the floor, I'm staring at a big old pile of powder right here. Somebody's going to have to clean that up. Liquid chalk goes onto your hands clean. It dries evenly, it dries clear, it doesn't make a mess on the floor. And I would argue it's better grip because it actually gets into all the nooks and crannies instead of just rubbing chalk all over your face. Grip Mountain Liquid Chalk, one of our sponsors for this performance here. I'm biased. I'm a fan. We also have All Black Everything, supplements, protein powder, energy drinks. All Black Everything, we've been fortunate to work with, sponsoring our regionals Battle at the Bridge 4 this year. We also have Axe and Sledge supplements. Check them out, Axe and Sledge. We thank them for being a sponsor. Just Work Energy. I'm not on screen, but I'm sipping one of these right now. Big fan. Just Work Energy Drinks. That's JST Work Energy Drink. JSTWRK. We lost the vowels. They're gone. And just a huge shout out to all of the volunteers if you're just joining us too. Everybody in the highlighter yellow, highlighter green t-shirts, those are people that are giving up their Saturdays to make sure this event runs smoothly. There is a horde of them, a small army of them. They are resetting the bags, they are running your scores, they are keeping weights in line. They are making this happen. Just a shout out to the organizers. We're probably 2/3 of the way through our athletes, I would say, on the Sandbag carry at this point. And this is moving pretty quick. We've been streaming about 3.5 hours at this point. Moving at a pretty good clip, I'd say roughly an hour per event. And just as a teaser, 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern or directly after Bridge. Looking like it's going to land pretty much exactly there. Right after Bridge, we're going to reset this stadium And we have something special for you after this. We have America's Strongest Man and Woman, hosted right here in the arena. We are going to find out who America's strongest 82 kilogram woman and strongest 90 kilogram men. You're going to want to stick around for that. If you're somebody watching, a family member, if you're watching somebody supporting from home, I definitely invite you to stick around for America's Strongest Man. That is athletes competing at the top of their class. We talked about this being a qualifier for the Arnold. There's a lot of different tiers to this sport, and it can be kind of confusing to navigate, but to make it a little bit simpler, this is a regional level show. This is Strongman Corporation's regional level show for the Northeast region here. So these are the best athletes, about 100 or so, from the surrounding areas, some from a little bit further. This is a qualifier in the event of a podium finish or 4th and 5th, depending on how many people you have in your class. The qualifier for Strongman Corp Nationals. So you think about that. The first couple winners in each class qualify for Nationals. So that's the first tiering system that we're kind of going to talk about here. And then the open winner, only first place for each open class, they get an invite to the Arnold. The Arnold Amateur Strongman competition, usually end of February, early March in Columbus, Ohio. That's the next tier, as Nationals is a qualifier for that. So you have Regionals, Nationals, the Arnold. And then the treat that we have for you after Regionals here is America's Strongest Man and America's Strongest Woman. So that's the next tier from that. We've got Regionals, we've got Nationals, we've got the Arnold, and then we've got America's Strongest Man and Woman. And you're going to see that after Bridge 4. So stay tuned. If you're having fun with this, a few less competitors, a few fewer, which may not be grammatically correct, but more fun to say. A few fewer athletes. We have 2 weight classes represented, the 90 kilogram men, coming from all parts of the country to shoot for that number 1 spot. And then our 82 kilogram women. Oh man, a gutsy sandbag performance in the front lane here. And that's what happens. The sandbag starts to slowly roll its way down the body. It just starts to become unmanageable. Your lungs start to give out, breathing starts to get labored, you're walking kind of funny, and then you just collapse. But you know that's your real failure point. You are not shortchanging any part of this performance. You love to see it. So another shout out, a little bit of a broken record, but ironpodium.com is where you're going to find all of your up-to-date scores. We're starting to see a lot of the sandbag carry scores starting to roll in. We finished our men's super heavyweight class. Our men's 175 and 200 class, our novice men are up to date. We're working through our 265 men right now. And our masters right next to them, our masters men. Putting on a great performance so far. Now what we're seeing on that far end, athlete is repositioning his hand so he can keep moving. It looked like he was slipping just a little bit, able to reposition it and keep going. And that's looking like the difference between pretty much 50 feet at this point. Oh! And a dramatic a dramatic collapse. Is it a sandbag run if you don't tackle the sandbag at the end of it? I don't think so. seen the last of our 265ers. We got James Brady currently in sole position of first place by a couple points. And he is moving and grooving. If he wants to keep, he has to take a long walk with a sandbag. Brady's moving at a pretty steady pace, it looks like. I think he's in a groove. If he can keep hands on this sandbag and where it is, looks like he's going to try to reposition. He needs to start moving. So he's got that sandbag a little bit higher, which is letting his hips and his legs step a little bit further. Oh, it just looks so painful. Strong men are characters.
I'll be good at
Good clean runs by a lot of our athletes so far. Looking great. Just want to shout out the 580 crew as well. This has been a flawlessly run show. Moving on time, moving at pace, keeping the athletes engaged, making sure they're getting plenty of warm-up. Plenty of room, especially thanks to the new location, this new venue. There's so much space for the athletes to stretch out, have a warm-up area. I don't want to give away. I don't want to give away what's coming up next, but behind me, yeah. I don't want to give away what's behind me, but we've got a fun fifth event coming up.
Keep your pace, don't slow down.
We're down to a handful of athletes at this point. We're starting to dissipate a bit. Just grinding. What a great performance. You can always tell. You can always tell when the athletes' heads go up into the sky. They're like, whatever deity you're praying to, whatever muscular system that still exists, please just give me a couple more feet. Great showing. I think we're down to one lane if I want to bet on it. I think we're into the 231 men. The 200 and the 231 men, I believe, are still to go here. We are off to the races. No pressure. Lane 2's the only one going now. All eyes. Speaking of all eyes, we've got probably 250, 300 people in the bleachers at this point. Such a great experience for these fans. Friends and family coming to support their athletes. We've got, I mean, it's an ISO rig. This is fantastic.
All this women up to 200 men for the red Zamboni. And then 31 men and up.
231 men finishing up our sandbag carry event here.
everyone watching, we have a 231-pound man class going right now. They're, I believe, our last class to go on sandbag carries. We got Justin close right now. Get behind Justin so he gets some distance on the sandbag carry.
And our last couple competitors in the middleweight men's 231 class.
You're right at this point.
Come on, ladies. Come on. You got another turn. Keep it going. Get to that line. Come on. Come on.
Just a gutsy performance. I know we're starting to wind down the sandbag carries, but this is some of what you're starting to see. It gets harder as it goes on, not just because you're getting tired, but as your hands are slipping down the sandbag, you can see it, this athlete. Oh! And a dismount, a beautiful dismount. The further down that sandbag starts to creep down your body, obviously the harder it gets to walk, but the heavier it is on your legs. So each step is heavier because you're having to move it to catch yourself. It's pulling you forward. You're trying to catch yourself and walk and keep the sandbag up. Oh, and you gotta breathe too, ideally.
A lot lighter my back.
I'm about 4 hours.
So you see a pretty low pick with this, but he is moving.
I'm right here.
If he can hold that in position, he looks pretty locked in right now, and he's moving quick. Tap that red line, turn around and move. And we're moving. Look at him go. The athlete is moving. I see the familiar look of pain on his face too. I know that all too well. That's my look when I'm just warming up, seemingly. Oh, he's still going for it. See, this is the best. Once you get to that, you don't want to drop it early because you came out of the gate too fast. You want to get time capped, or I hope we get a compilation from some of the videographers of some of these swan dives. These are great. At least you know you have a comfortable landing spot after you're done with it. We've seen more than a couple dives at this point. It's much more comfortable than carrying a stone, I'll tell you that much. Just to give you a bit of a preview on what's coming up next, we are finishing up our sandbag run. To reiterate, this is our fourth event, our sandbag carry. What's coming up next is going to be an arm over arm pull.
Come on,
Now, normally with an arm over arm pull, we've got a fire truck, we've got a F-150,
come on.
or other car brand name of choice. Doing it a little bit differently here at the ice arena. As you can imagine, we're going to have a strongman competition in an ice rink. What do you think we're going to be pulling?
Keep rolling.
We're getting that set up behind the scenes right now. After these next couple athletes are done moving and grooving, we're going to get our final event started. So what we're going to do at this final event, so far, just to give you some behind the scenes on how the scores work at most strongman competitions, the order in which the athlete signed up for the show is how they will show for the order of the competition. So what I mean by that is the first person typically to sign up for the competition in a given weight class, they will go last for the event. Whoever signed up first goes last. Now, why is that important? So, if you are going last, in a strongman event, you know what everybody else has already done in your class. So you know exactly what you have to do to win or to place where you need to be placed. For any strongman watching this back, I'm not just saying it because we run a lot of shows, but seriously, if you're thinking about a show, sign up. Get in there early. Generally, what will happen for most of these shows is that's your order for the entirety of the competition. So if you sign up first, you go last for everything. And that is a big advantage.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about, like...
It's not a deal breaker, but to what I said, you know what everybody else has already done. It's infinitely more easier sometimes to shoot for a number versus just go for as long as you can, kind of like we talked about. So what we're going to do in this competition, we've had our 4 events. We're finishing up the sandbag carry right now. So we tally up all the points, all the standings, which, by the way, you can see on ironpodium.com. Just another plug. And we're going to reorder the athletes based on their performance. We'll pause for a event announcement.
The classes are on the Wednesday and Zamboni. We're going to work starting with the women, into the teams, into the masters, and then with our open 200 men on the Wednesday and Zamboni. We're reordering right now based on placement, but start thinking about the arm over arm because we are going to start that soon. So if you are not a 231 man, a 265, or a super heavyweight, open male, you are pulling on the red Zamboni. The only people pulling on the blue, 231, 265, super heavies.
You may have caught a spoiler over the announcements, but if you didn't hear that, we'll just keep it that way a little bit longer. Got a handful more folks to finish up in the sandbag carry, and then we're on to our final event here. But back to the scoring and how we're changing things. So we've had the first 4 events. We are going to reorder the athletes within their class based on the performance in those events. What that means is even if you signed up last, if you're coming into the last event with the most points, you get reordered so you are last for the 5th and final event. It encourages performance in every single event. So to reiterate, for this last event, we are reordering all of the scores, all of the classes. If you are in first, you are the last person to go. You get to see what's worked for everybody else with this last event. You get to see how best to do it. You know exactly how fast you need to go for how many points you need. Huge advantage, and that's your prize for performing the way that you have the last 4 events. Seen another great finish from our athletes here. I think we're winding down the 231s. We've got a handful more to go. Our men's middleweight 231 competitors. The last lucky guns to carry this sandbag. Maybe one of the last things that we'll talk about here, even though we're almost done with the sandbag, we can see a good example of it now that we're down to just one lane. The way that people are picking up the sandbags. That's going to change competitor to competitor too. So for this athlete in particular, a lot of people call it hamburger or hot dog style. It's just, for the larger sandbags, they're a bit cylindrical. So do you want it standing up and down, like a hamburger might be? Or do you want it spread across long ways like a hot dog? So regardless of your food preferences, how you carry the sandbag makes a big difference. So what you're seeing with this athlete, because he's carrying it that up and down hamburger style, he can get his hands all the way around and interlace his fingers around the sandbag. When you have an interlaced finger set like that and you got chalk on top of it, that's basically locked in there. So that's one element you don't have to worry about. He's basically said, I don't want to worry about grip. So this might make it harder to breathe. And what a run. But being able to get around the entirety of the sandbag lets him interlace those fingers and lock them and take grip out of the equation. So now it's just legs, breathing, pace, staying conscious. Last couple competitors here over 231. Now we're seeing a great example right away of a different style of carrying it. So we just saw that hamburger style that's up and down. This athlete's choosing to do it around hot dog style. It doesn't look like grip's an issue here. So he's just gonna step and tap that red line. And that sandbag is just locked into position. So we're moving and grooving. Boop. Just toe taps the red line. Taps it, keeps on moving. What a run. Great distance. I think that takes us down to our final competitors.
2 minutes. Different cola or different work to meet you.
We are moving. Another example of kind of the hot dog style where you've got one arm over. Another thing to take into consideration for this, if you're watching at home, it's biceps. If you're holding it up kind of around it bear hug style, that is a strain on your biceps because pulling it into you requires use of both of those muscles. If you're able to interlock your fingers, it's a little bit different. if you're able to get your arms kind of over the sandbag, like that 10 and 2 overlap position on a sandbag. I'm gesturing like you can see me. Woo! And a swan dive onto the sandbag. No better way to conclude this event. All right, folks. That about does it for the sandbag. We're going to have the scores updated in just a couple minutes here. We've got our judges validating the scores. We've got our score runners bringing them back to the scoring table. They're going to be input on ironpodium.com. Same deal. Check the link on the YouTube chat. Go to ironpodium.com and search for Battle at the Bridge and scroll down to the scoreboard. Just about all of the scores are updated. And like we talked about, all the athletes are being reordered based on their performance in the first 4 events. So refresh that scoreboard. So just a quick reminder to check Iron Podium. We are finished with the sandbag run. We are about to head to our 5th and final event, the arm over arm pull. But a little bit of a twist. A little bit of an ice arena twist on it.
It's only gonna be the red Zamboni for the win. If you want to blow it up, you can. So all my volunteers until they push it back on the mats. Is that good?
And with that, we're going to finish setting up this 5th and final event. We're going to take a quick break. We'll keep the live stream up so you can see our beautiful volunteers kind of coming in and out of focus. But you can see what we're starting to set up here at the bottom. 2 implements will be pulled towards the center of the rink. We'll get some different angles up here for you. The 5th and final event at Battle at the Bridge 4, Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation, an Arnold qualifier, a Nationals qualifier. 100 of the best athletes in the region, other areas of the country, all here to try to claim those spots. We will be back with you in just a couple minutes. We're getting this last event finished up. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to Battle at the Bridge for your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals. As you can see, we're pulling Zambonis. Your fifth and final event, the arm-over-arm pull. You're used to seeing a car. You're used to seeing a truck. Come on, we're in an ice arena. Let's see some Zambonis move. What you're seeing here first are novice women's they're pulling the red Zamboni. Thank you to our volunteers for pushing this red Zamboni back. This Zamboni weighs over 6,000 pounds. That is 3 tons of ice smoothing machine. And these athletes are charged with trying to pull it arm over arm by a rope, 50 foot or as much as they can within the time limit. Our athlete here, I want to say Chrissy Sparks. It's going to be a little bit easier to keep track of with one at a time. Chrissy Sparks is making this thing move. It's pretty great because it's right next to me, so I can keep watching it move. We are moving too. This is looking great. Chrissy's on a great run, getting it probably 20, 25 feet so far, giving it all she can. We'll talk about how this event normally works and what makes the Zamboni a little bit different. Oh, we are moving. Let's go. Come on. Couple big more heaves. Ah. Great work. So if you see there that blue line that he just started the measurement at, that blue line, basically the center of your screen, on top of that red circle, that's where these athletes are aiming. So just another shout out to where we're at. If you're just joining in with us, first off, thank you. We're about 4 hours into the competition at this point. We are on our 5th and final event for Battle at the Bridge 4, Strongman Corp Northeast Regionals. It's a Nationals qualifier, an Arnold qualifier. If you win this competition in an open class, you are competing at the Arnold Sports Festival, the Amateur Arnold Strongman Finals. What we've done following the previous 4 events is reorder our athletes. So if you're used to seeing your athlete in a specific order based on how they were moved, based on how they were signed up, rather, based on their performance in the first 4 events, they have been reordered. A little bit of a false start there. We'll give it a second. The athletes have been reordered based on their performance in the first 4 events. So if they are in first place going into the last event, now they're going last in their class. So they know exactly what they need to do to place where they want to be. And speaking of regionals, this is Battle at the Bridge 4. We're at a different venue. Brady Run Ice Rink, Ice Arena. Tucked into the green hills of western Pennsylvania, we have moved from the gym setting to a little bit more space. Because like we said, what do you do when hockey season isn't in anymore? Well, you obviously host a strongman competition. So a huge thanks to the people at Brady Run Ice Arena. Not only for being so accommodating with the space, but also, I mean, frankly, letting us pull Zambonis. How cool is that? Especially thankful to the maintenance staff who have been keeping all of our volunteers informed, working with the Zambonis, making sure everybody's approaching it safely and intelligently, and keeping them on a straight line for this event.
Good run, getting closer to the line. 2:31 to be started. Blue Zamboni act.
If you're just joining us, hi. Thanks for coming. I'm Sean Fuller, previous 140 kilo men's national champion, longtime strongman fan, longtime strongman competitor. More than happy to help out the guys at 580 barbell, commentate and help bring another amazing show to you guys. I think you can see me in frame now. I'm the one standing awkwardly behind this backdrop that looks a little small compared to the arena now. But we are moving on to our final competitor, Elena Jordan, in the novice women's class, where there's currently a tie for first place. Elena and Patrice, who just performed, are both tied for first with 14 points. So truly, this is a final event. If Elena can move it
To the blue line. Look at that start.
If Elena can move the Zamboni an inch further than Patrice. And she's making good progress so far.
We are moving.
So we'll start to talk, we've got a lot of time to talk about arm over arm pull, how this event works, how the friction, how the momentum of the Zamboni is maybe a little bit different from a typical truck. And we're getting some good hoist. We need to get all the way down into that squat position and use every bit of the quads. A little over halfway, starting to move into position here. Taking a couple more big heaves with these last couple seconds. Come on, come on. Fantastic showing. Fantastic showing from our novice women. Now you thought this was going to be about who could leave it on the floor for the sandbag carries. You want to talk about emptying the tank a second time. Because this is going to take everything. All of the rest you've got. So let's talk about the cumulative fatigue on these athletes so far. We had an axle clean and press, which is not just shoulder involvement, that's a full body movement, uses the entire core, the legs. But in fairness, it's just a short burst. So whatever you can do to get it ground to overhead, and however many attempts you take, that's how much tax you're gonna leave with. A little bit fatigued from a max event there. You are going for the heaviest you can, so that's gonna take some. A bridge deadlift, now that's starting to get into really taxing territory, especially when some of these athletes are pushing 20 reps on deadlifts that are 2-3 times their body weight. That's going to light up the CNS, that's going to light up the entire posterior chain, your nervous system. Your legs are going to get real sore. If that's not enough, so we've maxed our axle clean and press, we have maybe done 30 or 40 in some cases reps on the deadlift. Then we've got a sandbag carry for distance, which in some cases is 350 feet. We talked about that being basically my running pace for 60 seconds with a 200-pound sandbag on your body. So we've done the axle clean and press, the bridge deadlift. We've carried a sandbag. We've also carried a yoke on our backs. So any semblance of your posterior chain, your nervous system, your hamstrings, your glutes, your back, you are just toasting. That's 4 events. Last thing you do, just pull a Zamboni. Just come over and pull a Zamboni. So just putting it into perspective for everybody watching at home, these folks literally pulling an ice cleaner, an ice smoother, a giant machine. They've already done so much. Special thanks to our volunteers who are resetting the Zamboni each time. It is on wheels, so it's not impossible to move, but it is taking 3 of our stronger volunteers to get it back into position. Now let's talk about the arm over arm pull a little bit. So if you can see in the bottom right hand-ish area of your screen, where the athletes are positioned. They've got a yoke that's set up with a bit of a back plate, a backstop. So you'll see this athlete
Here we go.
approach that backstop and use that as what she's pulling with, pressing with her legs to pull that Zamboni. So let's get into a little bit about how this works and why it's so impressive. So you're watching this and you're probably thinking, geez, this is brutal on the forearms. It's a big pull. You're yanking it with your back. It starts with the legs. So see how crouched down she gets. See, she's in kind of a squat position. Ideally, since the legs are some of the strongest and largest muscles in your body, you want to start there. You want to generate as much force as you can with the quads, with the hamstrings, with the glutes. And that means getting down into kind of a squat position while still lying down. So you'll see the athletes that are going to perform the best on this are getting as deep into a squat position as mechanically advantageous for them as they can, and then starting the pull with the legs.
Good fight.
And I believe keep an eye on your screen. We don't have one Zamboni, we have two Zambonis.
231s. We're going to start.
Nothing small anymore.
Justin closes it up. Kristen Lopez on deck.
So we'll keep moving with the red Zamboni on your left. These are going to be your lighter classes. It is a roughly 6,000 pound Zamboni. It is on wheels. So that means that once you break kind of the initial plane of inertia, once it starts rolling, each subsequent pull becomes a little bit easier as the momentum is working with you instead of hard friction against you. So the impetus for these athletes is to really get fast hands and keep the pulls moving. If the Zamboni crawls to a halt, each pull becomes significantly harder. But if you're able to catch it and keep it moving while it's in motion,
10 seconds, go, go, go! Make the line!
see these athletes, see if we can make it to the finish line here. We've seen a couple close calls. Woo!
Great work.
We are right there. Right there, a couple feet off. Great stuff. Now on the right side of your screen, we're going to set up a second Zamboni, obviously. We're going to start some of our men's classes over on the right-hand side of your screen and get this rolling 2 at a time. Like we said, we have about 100 athletes performing. Got a minute time cap, a little bit to reset after each one. So again, a huge thanks to the utility and maintenance teams here, not only for letting us use the Zambonis, but also piloting them and making sure that everything is operated safely and properly. Just an absolute great showing from all of these athletes.
Here we go. The red Zamboni. Make the line.
Red Zamboni is on the move.
Come on.
So we're starting to see, it's kind of tricky to see from this angle, but we're starting to see athletes, in order to grip the rope, you'll see it every couple of pulls. You wrap around the rope with your arm, which kind of turns your whole arm into a grip instead of just relying on the grip for your fingers and your hands. The trade-off, as everything in strongman, there's a little bit of a trade-off. It is a bit time-consuming to wrap it, but if you get a technique to do it quickly, as we're seeing here, especially if you're starting to near the end of the pull, as we can see with this athlete, she's getting some big pulls. out of using that technique. Like to see a little bit more leg drive coming out of it, but man.
All right, so
That is
real quick,
effort.
231s, pay attention. 231 competitors, we are starting on the blue Zamboni. We have Justin, Christian Lopez, Ethan Bieber, followed by Chris Klett, Nicholas Morris, Preston Williams, followed by Dylan Wingard, Luke W is 8, Noah Barton is 9, Matt Cooney is 10. Tyler Keating is our final 231, and then we'll go into the 265s and super heavyweights.
Kicking it off with the blue Zamboni.
All right, we are moving our second Zamboni on the right side.
Get that momentum, keep it rolling.
On the right side of your screen, we are starting with our open men's middleweight, so 231 pounds at time of weigh-in. Left side of your screen, we are on the women's lightweight, so 140-pound women.
And we're off with the red at the same time.
And the red Zamboni's moving.
Get those hands going, come on.
It's pretty great. I'm about 6 feet from the Zamboni. And it's moving. If we keep that hand speed going, we don't stop the momentum, we're making good progress. We're about halfway through with the red Zamboni. Blue Zamboni's moving, inching its way over. Slowing down a little bit on the red side. Blue side is still making slow progress. Red's getting some huge pulls. Huge pulls on the red side. Let's see this finish. Come on. A couple more big pulls, and I bet that's over the line. Come on, come on. Oh, let's go. Come on. Man. Incredible. Best run of the day? Day's still young. What a performance. Commanding performance. Amanda Toback in the open women's lightweight division, the 140-pound women. Coming into our Zamboni poll in first place, sole possession, with 14 points. Racking up another event win to finish the day out. Great, great performance from Amanda.
Another attempt at the blue Zamboni. Let's get this thing in motion, boys.
We are on the move. On the move with the blue Zamboni.
Good. We got the red Zamboni in motion at the same time. It is not slowing down either.
We have both athletes pulling.
This is like a race. I love this event the most. Get that red Zamboni going over the line. Come on. 20 seconds left. Let's go. Hold on that rope. Pull. Get close. Come on.
See if we can get a little bit further. Oh, we want to see this red Zamboni finish. All right. Great efforts already. Just seeing, just looking over at how many guys it's taken to reset the blue Zamboni. Good Lord. We were told the red Zamboni, a little over 6,000 pounds. I have to venture a guess that the blue one's a little bit heavier. 8,000? 10,000? 6 to 8, jeez. No big deal. Let's get our next two competitors loaded up here. We're into our
And we're off with the red Zamboni again. Here we go.
Masters Women's.
Great start.
40 plus women.
Momentum going.
Got Megan Deely on the red Zamboni.
Another competitor on the blue Zamboni, same time.
Blue Zamboni has begun. Can't quite catch the face from over here, but we'll get him. These guys are moving. Look like they're moving at the same pace. Now, as a strongman competitor, you can't really see it in camera, but to either side of the Zambonis here, the rest of the competitors are just kind of sprawled out around watching. I don't think anybody can say that they've pulled a Zamboni before, so if you're not going yet, you are keeping an eye on what techniques are working. You're trying to see who the best pullers are and maybe catch them after they've been given a chance to catch their breath. Try to get some tips, ask how it felt, get an understanding of how this thing moves. Now the Zamboni's a little bit different from a car or a truck, as we understand it, I should say. Zamboni's mostly built for control, not exactly for speed or efficiency. So they don't want to go, and they don't want to go fast. So whereas a truck, pretty much once you start pushing it, it's going to take a bit to stop it. A little bit easier to pull once you break that initial plane of inertia. The Zamboni's going to fight you the whole time. All right, we're into our women's Masters 40 plus Kelly Plush. I do believe. Kelly is our final Masters women. Making good work at this Zamboni too. Sole possession of first place right now by a couple points, so she wants to keep her lead. And by the way that this is moving, I think she's going to be okay. Wow. And a great performance. We have a finish on the blue Zamboni. Incredible. Come on, let's see if we can get the red one over too. We got 10 seconds. Oh, it's done. It's done. Let's go. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. Oh. Oh. Almost. Almost.
All right, looks like we got it.
Almost.
Good fight.
Are we going by the tires or the front of the Zamboni? If it's by the front of the Zamboni, I think we have our first completion. Nice work. Kelly Plush holds on to first place, maintains her lead. Punches a coveted ticket. Earned every bit of it. Moving on to our open women's middleweight class on the left side of your screen, and the men's 231 open are still moving on the blue. I believe we've got Haley Manipole representing the 180 women. Haley's had a great day so far. 135 pounds on the axle clean and press. 12 reps on the deadlift. Almost 5 laps with the sandbag carry. And this is moving. You're moving. About halfway done with the red Zamboni. Blue one's been reset. There is a bit of a bias because the red Zamboni's 5 feet from me. Making quick work at the blue one. Holy cow, look at the right side of your screen here. Oh, Haley is getting so close. So close to the end of that line. And we are just not there. Blue Zamboni is across the line. And somebody catch it. Man, oh man. We'll give them a minute to reset here. That's absolutely right. Just shouting out that the chat. Masters also get an Arnold bid. They're working just as hard, if not harder. Of course. Of course. So Kelly Plush from your Masters Women 40 Plus. Punching that ticket to the next level. Another blue finish. The Zamboni. Awesome. Moving and grooving. I believe we've got our open women's middleweight representation, 180 pounds, Brittany Chadrow. She's moving this thing.
That's it, Bobby's rolling, keep moving.
Getting some huge pulls out of her legs. You see how far down she's sliding to use all of those legs, getting things moved. I think she might finish it. Let's see another big pull or two. Come on, come on, get it over that line. Finish it out, finish it out. All right. Woo.
The blue one's rolling.
Blue one's moving. Got a couple more pulls over the line there. So let's talk about this arm over arm pull a little bit more. We talked about a bit of the physics of the Zamboni itself, a little bit about the leg drive in the event here. Let's talk about how you're finishing, so a little bit with the hand technique. So ideally, and again, it depends on the athlete. Just want to always have that disclaimer. Depends on the athlete, depends on technique. You want to start with the legs. It's kind of like a rower. If anybody's in the CrossFit scene, if anybody has been on those Concept 2 machines, it's a bit niche, but it's a good example. You start with the legs. You get the most muscle activation from your quads, your hamstrings, those giant muscles in the legs. That's where the bulk of that driving force should be coming from. So we'll see this athlete here. Ami's representing the 180. She's leaning down into it, falling down on her butt. Getting a great start. Now what we're looking for here now, we've talked about the legs, we've talked about the inertia of the Zamboni. Now we're going to talk about the slack and the rope.
We're getting faster and faster. The blue over.
The faster the Zamboni moves, the more slack is going to be created in the rope itself. If you keep that rope tight, you have less energy that you have to use and less chance for the Zamboni to kind of catch up and slow itself down. So Ami's making some big pulls here, and she's got plenty of time. If we can get that hand speed moving a little bit quicker so there's no slack and you go right into the next pull. We've got a couple more pulls. Ami's making good work of this. I think she's got a little bit more time. Let's see if we can finish this out. Oh! Just ahead. Just ahead of it. Man. Right there. Just right there. Back to Zamboni goes. And let's start the right side, our blue side. Get a big pull. So we'll talk about that a little bit more, why hand speed is so important. So you see these ropes As the athlete pulls, as the Zamboni catches up, there creates slack, a reduction in tension in the rope itself, and you want as tight a hold on the rope as you can to transfer that energy equally. So let's see our women's heavyweight competitors starting here. Jenna's getting some great pulls out of the legs. And she's able to catch it pretty quick in the hands. This is when your hand speed and grip is important, because if you can get caught up to the rope as it's moving, you can catch it and keep the momentum moving. Getting some great big pulls. They need to do a couple big pulls to finish this. Come on, couple more. One more big pull after this one, and I think it's over. Come on, a little bit more. Awesome. Just awesome. On our men's side of thing, I believe we have our last 231 competitor working on the blue Zamboni as we speak, making quick work of it. He finishes. I think the blue Zamboni we're figuring is a little bit heavier, which is kind of relative when we're talking 6,000 pounds versus 7,000 pounds. So a little bit heavier is a bit of a misnomer. Making great progress on their relative Zambonis here. Are you going to see a double finish? Oh, come on. The red one's almost there. Getting some news here.
I'll have guys, you have that to go, right? Yeah. Can I bring that out?
Put it out in front of the plate, in front of the...
We'll put it right in front of the...
Starting to get word that as some of our classes are finishing up, we've got some ties, ladies and gentlemen. If you were with us for a previous competition, I believe Polar Express, back in December, we can't just have a tie, we gotta break that. So, after this event, after we're done pulling Zambonis, after we're done cleaning the ice over here, we're gonna have a tiebreaker event. I believe right now in 2 classes. So stick around for that, you don't wanna miss that. Keep an eye on the score sheets too, because you're going to be able to see, as soon as we have those in, what that's going to look like. Another finish just right next to the line. Oh, it's just there. On the right side of your screens, that blue Zamboni is being moved by our men's 265 class. Our men's heavyweight 265 class. Getting our yokes reset. Continue on the left side, we've got our red Zamboni pulled. Yeah, Zamboni. If you're just joining us, we're pulling Zambonis.
Good start, keep those hands going.
Representing your open women's heavyweight class, Alexis Deese.
The blue Zamboni back in.
Currently sitting in third place, trying to scoot up that podium.
Come on, keep it going. Get over the line.
It's a tightly compacted race in the open women's heavyweight. There are 1.5 points separating second and fifth place. So coming down to this is going to make a big difference. Alexis is getting some great big pulls on this red Zamboni. And the blue side of things is a little obscured from view, but that blue Zamboni is done.
Let's finish, come on. 15 seconds, you got it, let's go.
This red is just about there.
Nice.
And she finishes it. Fantastic showing. Starting another of our competitors here, 265. So you're going to see some choices being made in how they start, too.
Keep that shot by that rope. That's it. Here we go.
Now what I mean by that is you'll see some athletes approaching the actual stanchion here, approaching that board. They'll start basically standing up and they kind of fall back into it. What that can do is start some serious momentum, and as long as you can keep up with it with your hands, that can carry through to the entire event. We'll be getting more details about more details. More details about the tiebreaker are coming in.
All right, off on the red. Best run yet. Come on. Here we go. Blue, same time. Let's go.
Taylor Gresovich, representing the open women's heavyweight class, doing the same thing. Pretty tightly contested in this class. He's got a handful of points.
Come on, Zamboni.
Taylor's moving it real quick, too.
You got it. Finish strong. Come on. That's like that. Keep that blue Zamboni over the line. Come on.
That's going to be a good run.
Clean finish on the red. Come on. Watch it out. Atta boy. Great work.
All right. So as an update, our first tie has been confirmed. We have two athletes in our open women's middleweight 180-pound class that have tied for first place after 5 events. With 11 points each, we have Brittany Chadrow and Amelie Flowers. So we've got something special cooked up for them in the middle of the arena here. After we're done with the Zambonis, after we've got all that cleared out, at least one class is going to a tiebreaker, and we're going to settle it strongman style. I won't spoil too many of the results, but some of the numbers are starting to come in here. If you want to peek ahead, ironpodium.com, we are starting to publish the results for some of the arm-over-arm pulls. We got most of the women's classes published at this point, and some of the lighter men's are starting to come through. The right side of your screen here, I believe we've got Kyle Ruiz getting started on his arm-over-arm pull. Kyle's got 2-point hold on first place right now, so if he finishes this in a decent amount of time, Kyle's punching his ticket to the Arnold as well. That's going to be a hard time to beat. So look at the way that Kyle's been pulling here, just as something to reference. He's moving his arms as quickly as he can, not necessarily to get as big a pull as he can, but to maintain momentum on the Zamboni moving. So he's sacrificing a little bit of power to keep things moving, but what that's doing is every pull doesn't require maximum effort. That means he can kind of use 60-70% on each pull, but because the Zamboni's already in motion, that's really all you need to keep it moving. So a smart, practiced run, looking like it's maintaining its hold on first place here. We'll see how the scores shake out. We've also got a three-way tie for fourth that we have to resolve in the open men's heavyweight class as well, our 265 athletes. So we're starting with our open men's super heavyweight on the right side of your screen. This is where we expect the Zambonis to move the fastest. So if you've ever wanted to see a Zamboni move quick, I'm sure there's some kind of novelty rally show that they've got them loaded up at, or just stay tuned to this stream. We'll see some of these things fly. So we're seeing the blue Zamboni start to pick up some speed here. The left side of your screen, we've got the red Zamboni. Same kind of thing. We've got this athlete on the left really trying to keep as much tension on the rope as possible. And that's serving him pretty well. Zamboni's not slowing down. If he can string a couple good pulls together. A little bit more on the red. Blue's done. Fantastic. Fantastic work.
I know, right from the top. Alright, you know what?
We've got that blue Zamboni moving. I believe we've got Chance on the pull right now. We're trying to catch up here a little bit. Blue Zamboni is moving. We can get a couple extra good pulls here. Let's get that over the line. Couple more pulls. Oh, one more. Just not there. That's all right. Heck of an effort.
And we're off on the red.
We're getting started again with our red Zamboni on the left-hand side screen.
Pull the slack out. There
Things are moving.
Come on.
You know what I want to see from these athletes is a little bit quicker hand speed. So on all sides of the frame here, the faster you can get that rope pushed into position, faster you can keep things moving.
And we're off on the blue.
Keep it moving.
No. This feels so. Only
Who's moving fast? Come on.
We are getting some more results in, folks. If you want to see them live, we're going to broadcast, I believe, awards. Got some really cool stuff to give out.
The red Zamboni's rolling.
For second and third. Second and third.
It's moving. Come on. Keep it moving. Keep that pace. Come on. Keep it rolling. Don't slow down. Come on.
Red Zamboni is making quick progress. He wanted to keep going. Great work. Super heavyweight men still moving the blue Zamboni. I gotta figure it's got another 2,000 pounds on the red one here.
The blue Zamboni's rolling. Come on. Couple pulls. Couple more pulls. 2 more
Let's see.
pulls. Come on.
Let's see him finish this out. He's almost at the line. Another good finish. Awesome. Awesome. Now, just as a sneak preview, guys, we are, let's see, we've got Zamboni, a couple classes to finish here on this arm-over-arm pull. We've got a couple ties that we have to break.
Lining up on the red.
Got a couple ties that we have to break. So as soon as we're done with the Zamboni pull,
Good start. Get that momentum.
we've got a tiebreaker for, at the very least, our 180-pound women class. We've got to break a tie for first place. Winner goes to the Arnold. Literally,
Don't stop.
do or die. And I guess not.
Strong start.
Close. For some of these athletes, it's close. So we're going to see that after the Zamboni pull. We'll get the cameras rerouted on the main stage here. After we separate these ties out, go into the awards ceremony. And that's just the first half of the day. Got another successful pull on the red Zamboni. The blue one is moving as well. So if you've been enjoying what you're seeing so far, again, this is your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals Battle at the Bridge 4. About 100 athletes from around the area putting on their best. But what comes next is a little special. We got Battle at the Bridge. We're just about wrapped up here. Coming up immediately after, we are going straight into America's Strongest Man and Woman. The America's Strongest Man and Woman. So we're going to see who's going to take the crown for your 82 kilo women. Strongest in America. And the 90 kilo men. We're going to see the best in the country line it up here, right in the arena. So stay tuned for instructions on how we're going to move you over to that next stream. We're going to keep it live the entire rest of the day.
These guys are so powerful.
And this red Zamboni is just cruising now. We've got some of the bigger men's classes.
The red Zamboni's about to be over the line. Couple more people.
We've got these Zamboni operators have the best seat in the house right now, and thank you for their time too. They're making sure everything's moving straight. They're making sure everything's operated safely. Could not thank them enough.
Bring it home! Bring it home! He's there!
Finishing up our men's super heavyweight here. Still have a couple guys to go. Let's see how fast we can get this moving. Come on, let's see this blue Zamboni move quick. It's a big one. There we go. Now we're moving. Now we're moving.
Come on! Keep pulling! Come on! 2 more big pulls, come on! 1 more! He's home!
That's what we wanted to see. That's what I expect from every super heavyweight from now on. Let's see if we can beat that speed. Red Zamboni's moving.
Keep pulling, come on! Keep pulling, come on!
Some nice big pulls here. So just to talk about it one more time, from an arm-over-arm pull perspective, we got a lot of stuff that we have to string together. I think we've got Anthony Jones on the right side of your screen in the blue Zamboni. Red Zamboni's done. If you're finding yourself with the impetus to go pull a car, start with the legs. First, ask permission kindly, because that seems kind of rude. Start with the legs. As much of the quads that you can engage to start the pull, those are the biggest movers, those are the biggest muscles. Get those pumping. And we are good with the blue Zamboni. Starting to see some of the Masters, I believe, the Masters men come through on the left side of your screen, the red Zamboni.
And we're off on the red side.
Finish it.
Good start, Lee. Come on.
Red Zamboni on the left side of your screen is moving.
We're moving good. Keep going. Finish strong.
And this just goes to show, this is a great example on the left side. If you have faster hands, the Zamboni doesn't have a chance to really slow down or break. So you don't need giant pulls, you just need fast pulls. And we're done. That's got to be the fastest time of the day. So far in that red Zamboni, great finish. Another finish on the blue Zamboni as well. I think that's Andrew Garrison. Andrew Garrison, owner of a new state record. Coming up on our last 2 men. Last 2 super heavyweight men on the right side of your screen. We've got Scott Deese approaching the blue Zamboni. Let's see what we can see out of Scott. We've seen some explosive, great performances from Scott so far, so I'm expecting some big pulls. See how he stands and falls back. in the initial to get everything broken and get it started.
Good start.
And those fast hands, that big long pull. Try not to take too much time with each reach back. Man, that thing is moving. Let's see a good finish here.
Get that slack. Get the slack. There you go. Come on.
Both Zambonis are moving. Blue one's almost done. That has got to be good. Oh, there it is.
Come on, close deal.
Awesome. An awesome finish.
There it is. 2 good runs.
All right, your final competitor in the men's super heavyweight, Tyler Gustafson. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. A commanding lead. 10-point lead. 10-point lead. He's only dropped 1.5 points the entire competition. Out of a possible 48 points, Tyler Gustafson has 46.5. Will we see the dominance continue? Is he going to cruise to the finish line? He's punched his ticket to the Arnold, unless he completely bombs out. I don't know. Let's create a little bit of drama. Come on. But with Gus, I don't think we're going to have any drama. He is moving. These are going to finish at the same time. Red's done. Red is done. Blue is done. Fantastic. Tyler Gustafson was a great showing. A perennial at Battle at the Bridge. Imagine the mismatch when I was in his class for Battle at the Bridge 1. So fun to watch these guys through the years. It's continuously getting better. We've got to be down to the last couple of pulls here. I think we're on the red Zamboni. The Masters men, we have got Eric Von Hodge. Oh, and this Zamboni's moving. Eric's got a 3-point lead coming into this final event. So if he zeroed it,
Come on, keep it moving.
that would be the only threat to his podium performance. But Eric looks like he wants to finish this thing with style.
You're almost there. Come on.
Let's see him do it.
2 more.
Oh, there it is.
Good.
Awesome work. Awesome work. I'm not a scorekeeper. I'm not a judge. But I do believe Eric just punched his ticket to the Arnold as well. Awesome. Awesome result. Got a couple more men. Couple more men to go. So we're going through and checking the rest of the tiebreakers. We'll be finishing up here. Red Zamboni is moving.
Keep the pace. Come on.
This vantage point is great.
Bring it home. Come on. Make a decision. Get it over that line. Come on. He's there.
And a great finish. Great finish. Down to our last couple competitors. Guys, thank you so much for hanging in with us, watching. This has been Battle at the Bridge 4. We're down to our last couple competitors. Stick around, because not only do we have to finish this event, we've got a tiebreaker we've got to resolve for an Arnold ticket. We got to finish that. You got to hang out for that. And then even after that, America's Strongest Man and Woman.
Let's get this red Zamboni rolling.
You're not going to click away from that. The best 82 kilo women in the country. The best 90 kilo men in the country.
Keep it moving, come on.
We are all wrapped up with our blue Zamboni. We're going to say goodbye to the blue Zamboni. Down to one. Down to the red Zamboni. How many times today can I say Zamboni?
Bring it on, come on.
Getting a couple big pulls. Couple big pulls to go. Great stuff. Great stuff. Just another shout out to our volunteers here. They're changing weights, they're running scores, they're keeping athletes safe, they're pushing Zambonis back into position. We've got a small army of them. This is a long day. This is thankless work. We are feeding them. I'm pretty sure. I wasn't in charge of that. So I hope they're getting fed. We are moving with the red Zamboni again. Gary Thomas, I believe we got one more competitor after Gary. Man, this thing is zooming. Do you think I'd get used to a giant Zamboni next to me?
Finish the job, Gary, come on.
Oh, he's getting close too. Come on, Gary, let's finish it out.
You're almost there, come on!
Let's finish it out. Let's go, let's go.
Finish it, make a decision! Make a decision, Gary, come on!
That is over the line. Let's go. It's a great time. The man that could not be caught in the Masters Men 50 plus division. 580 barbells own Jerry Howison. Let's see Jerry pull a Zamboni, huh? That's how you get hurt. All right, I want to say this is the last pull of the day. And then please stick around. We've got awards, we've got a tiebreaker, we've got a whole nother competition. We're just getting started.
Come on, Jerry!
80.
Come on, Jerry!
Jerry's moving.
Keep it rolling, Jerry!
This is pride on the line now. Jerry's secured the win. He wants to finish it out in style. Come on, Jerry.
Couple more big pulls, that's all it's gonna take, come on! Finish it, Jerry! Make a decision, come on! Finish it! One more! He's on!
Nice work, Jerry. All right. Got another pull. Got a couple more competitors. want to say this is Dale Miller, if I'm reading directions correctly.
We got the red Zamboni rolling here. Come on.
It's the oh my goodness, the speed of this thing. And this is another case for fast hand speed on arm over arm pull. Now, folks, I am going to invite you to stay with us too after this, because all these events that our athletes are performing, our ASM and ASW competitors are going to do pretty much the same thing. So you're going to get to see some of the best in America pull a Zamboni. Although I'd argue we've got some of the best in America on the field right here. All right. I believe our final competitor, I've probably said that once or twice now.
Let's get this rolling.
But when we reorder things, it makes it easier for the competitors. I'll try to keep up.
It's cruising.
Nick Humble.
He means business.
Nick is just moving. Some of the fastest Zamboni times are coming out of the Masters classes. This is great to see. Incredible speed. Wow! And that's over the line. Incredible. I lied to you again, folks. Couple more pulls. Couple more folks pulling. This is another med. I'll make the final point. You don't start with your hands in position. You start from behind a line and then you approach it. So how you decide to approach it, how you practiced it, all of these things matter.
Keep the pace. Couple more big pulls.
Let's keep that moving.
Come on.
Awesome. Awesome time. Two more? We're thinking two more? All right, folks, you can see on the right side of your screen, we're spoiling it a little bit. But we have a tie. We have a tie in our open our open women's 180-pound class. Here's a tie for first place.
He's got good technique here. We're getting the best end of him on this one. Come on.
So as we finish up these last couple pulls here, you'll see on the right side of your screen, we are setting up a yoke, setting up a sandbag, and for our lucky competitors, we have one more task for them. Brittany Chadrow and Ami Flowers both have 11 points on the dot after 5 events. It's been a back and forth, some points lost, some points gained. We have to resolve the tie. So how better to do it than a last man standing, and in this case, a last woman standing, sandbag, load over bar. We'll get into exactly what that means in a minute. Well, let's finish out our last couple Zamboni pulls here. The speed at which the Zambonis are moving. Whew. think we're going to get a couple job offers for some of these athletes for the hockey season. I don't know if that's more efficient than just driving it, but...
Bring it home here! Come on!
Another good finish. Couple more, couple more. We are finishing up our open men lightweight class.
Family, if you can come to the center of your room. Family.
Moving into our open men's middleweight class. And we're going to start to see both of our competitors here. I think we might run these concurrently, just for time's sake. Left-hand side of your screen, obviously, we're still finishing the Zamboni pull. We are in the open men's lightweight class. Another great quick run.
As soon as we conclude, we have 1.5 classes left. As soon as we conclude the red Zamboni, we're going to start awards right in front of the big screen.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we've got the open men's lightweight classes still finishing up the Zamboni pull. On the right side of your screen, the right side, now, oh, I'm pointing the wrong way. On the right side of your screen, we've got our tiebreaker started. We've got both our athletes discussing the rules for this final tiebreaker. If you're just joining, first off, if you're just joining us, where you been all day? Thanks for coming. We are finishing up the final event of Battle at the Bridge 4, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals. Roughly 100 athletes from around the area and further beyond have come here to try and punch their ticket to their nationals, Strongman Corp Nationals, maybe the Arnold competition, the Arnold Sports Festival, the Amateur Arnold Strongman Finals in Columbus, Ohio next year. And speaking of Columbus, that is where Brittany and Ami want to end up next year. So on the right side of your screen, we've got both of our athletes getting ready for their tiebreaker. Just warming up a little bit. And if we didn't talk about it yet, the tiebreaker, well, this Zamboni just kind of sneaks past me. The tiebreaker is a sandbag over bar, last woman standing. Very simply put, one athlete is going to take the sandbag, hoist it over the bar, putting it on the other athlete's side of the bar.
All right, everyone. We have a tiebreaker for first.
They're going to keep doing this until somebody can't.
So as we're in the Zamboni, our two ladies right here in the center arena, they're going to take a 200-pound sandbag. They're going to have 20 seconds to load it back and forth, until one competitor can no longer load the sandbag. So they're going to rock, paper, scissors, shoot right now for the decision who goes first.
We have our very official rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. And we got a couple ties. We've broken the tie. We're keeping the action going with the Zamboni.
And if you look at the center of the arena here, and up on the live stream.
All right, on the right side of your screen, at our Dutch angle here. We are getting ready to start our tiebreaker. So, our athletes have 20 seconds by the time the sandbag reaches their side of the yoke to load it up and over the other side of the bar. As soon as one athlete cannot complete this in 20 seconds, the other athlete wins. Just to reinforce the importance of this, this is for sole possession of first place and the one Arnold qualification for the 180-pound women.
Let's see it, ladies.
And we are off to the races. And I think we are calling it. We are calling it off the bat. It looks like Ami could not complete a rep. And with one successful rep,
Give it up to these ladies.
looks like Brittany is going to the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio. We're back with you on one screen. We have resolved our tiebreaker. We're going to keep finishing our Zamboni pull here. This thing is flying. You're seeing a great example of quick pulls, quick resets and quick pulls. You don't have to pull as hard if you're pulling faster because of the way the friction works on the Zamboni. That is a blistering speed. Wow. A great showing. We are into our 200-pound men. Catching up on some of the chat comments. Apologies, because it looks like the chat froze for a little bit. It is a 50-foot pull for the Zambonis. 50-foot pull. We do indeed have the 90-kilo men going right now. I lost them in the sea of athletes. Robbie, I will absolutely bring you one of those jerseys, except it's going to be a dress, I fear. This was a good idea at the time. Unlike an in-season ice arena, it's getting a little toasty in here. We are confirming no ties for some of the rest of the classes. Coming close on some of these. We won't spoil it just yet. As we're finishing up the 90-kilo men, our 200-pound men, we're moving the Zamboni.
You're on the red Zamboni, come on!
Got a couple more pulls.
2 more big pulls, come on!
Our guys are getting their work in.
Put it on Josh's tab. I'm sure he can make it.
Taylor Schmidt, I believe, is taking the, not to say taking the stand, that's not quite right. Taking the yoke, taking the rope. Taking the reins of this Zamboni, that's for sure. He's going to fall backwards into it and get things started off here. Let's see if he can keep this pace. Zamboni moving. So far, so good.
Here on the red Zamboni, come on!
Moving.
2 more big pulls!
Great showing for Taylor. What a pull. A nice catch by our volunteers. Once these things get up to speed, they tend to not want to stop, it looks like. We're very fortunate to have a huge group of volunteers making this happen. Now there's a bit of a logjam for the open men's middleweight class as well. A couple points separating first and second. However, second through fifth, 1.5 points separates this little cluster. So this will absolutely be the difference. Absolutely will be the difference in standings here. And we have a great time in the red Zamboni. A great finish. We're already kind of seeing the field, the sea of athletes in the center of the arena is starting to dissipate a bit, so we can see a little bit more clearly the athletes that have already gone. Athletes that are yet to go are coming over, they're picking their brains, trying to see what the best strategy is. And a great pull on this red Zamboni. Still moving extremely quick.
Finish it, come on!
We're seeing this athlete wrap his arm around the rope every couple pulls, it looks like, to get a nice big pull. And this is just a great pace. Good looking pull. Nice work. What a speed. Seem to be saving some of the best for last year. These pulls are just moving. Who else we got? Who else do we have? I believe we've got Dale Hawthorne coming up. Dale is moving. You'll see some, we can talk about this too for a second. You'll see some athletes opt to use gloves. Some athletes opt to go barehanded. It's really another matter of personal preference. And it depends on the gloves too. This is a thicker corded rope. So the more material you have between you and the rope, the thicker it's going to be, and the more strain it's going to be on your hands and forearms. But it's kind of uncomfortable. You might have better luck with the grip if you have some kind of glove. Dale moved with a great pace there, so that should be good for a good showing. Now remember I said in this class, between 2nd and 5th place, there's a 1.5 separating all these. So that cluster, extremely motivated to take some points. And I believe your athlete who is currently in 1st place for your men's middleweight, your 200 class, John Caraway, getting ready to start. It's a wrap. That is a wrap, folks. We've resolved our tiebreakers. We're going to see how things shake out in our final classes here. We have winners up and down the scorebooks. Every class has been decided to date. Your open men's middleweight, your 200-pound or 90-kilo men are going to get calculated here. Barring any ties for 1st place, which is still possible, barring any ties for 1st place, we have reached the conclusion of Battle at the Bridge 4. There's some close ones. 1st and 2nd place in some of these classes, 0.5 points. Half a point for your men's lightweight class. 1.5 points for your novice men. The tiebreaker for the women's middleweight class. We did resolve that. .231, your open men's middleweight class. 1.5 points separated 1st and 2nd place. 1.5 points separated 2nd and 3rd place. And when I go talk about the difference half a second makes, half a step, a couple extra feet, that's the difference right there. The difference between a nationals qualification or an Arnold's qualification. So if you're hanging out with us, first off, thanks for staying with us. Second, what we're doing right now is finishing the final tabulations of the scores for the open men's middleweight class, our 200-pound men's class, our 90-kilo men. As those scores come in, gonna hit refresh on our scores here. We are up. Wow, what a shakeup. What a shakeup. What a shakeup.
Just cut it whenever.
So folks, that's going to do it for at least the commentary portion of it. We've got the awards here in person. We're only halfway done. Folks, we've got America's Strongest Man and Woman coming up after this. Our 82-kilogram women and our 90-kilo men. We're going to find out who is the strongest in America. It's going to happen right here in the Brady Run Ice Arena, Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. This has been Battle at the Bridge 4, your Northeast Regionals. We'll be back shortly. But for now, we're going to cut over to the award ceremony, and we will see you shortly. I've been Sean Fuller. I still am Sean Fuller, but I've been Sean Fuller too. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for the next portion of the show.